We're in Woodland Hills, California for prep football on LA 36 as the Taft Toreadors host the always tough Gondoliers from Venice High School. And tonight's game is presented by Farmers Insurance, 80 years service to America. Farmers Insurance Group, a symbol of superior service. By Movement Skate Shop, all decks, all brands, a proud sponsor of city sports in the San Fernando Valley. Hello, everybody. My name is Randy Rosenblum, set to call the play-by-play. These are two traditional powers, Taft's Toreadors, in their opening game. This christens the season for this football team. Venice, on the other hand, played at home last week and was upended by a very good San Fernando Tiger team, 13-6. But it's a young team at Venice with a lot of talent, and they think they'll put it together tonight. We work once again with Dave Marcus. Dave, Venice and Taft, and they played a beauty last year. Venice held on at home to win 41-35.
Well, they led that game 35-0, and Taft came on with a vengeance. It was a young Taft team. That Taft team has a lot of players back. This should be an outstanding game.
When you look at the Gondoliers roster, first and foremost, it starts with number 3, J.R. McConico. His coach, Angelo Gasca, says he's as good as anyone in California.
McConico's a fine player on the offensive end, but where he really shines is as a cornerback. He had 8 interceptions last year. He's outstanding on the cover.
John McNeil's also very good. He's a linebacker. He can play in the slot, catch some passes as well, coming out of the backfield, and they like John McNeil.
McNeil's one of those guys you got to like at 6'3", 220. He's got gifted size. He roams the field. He's going to have to find the ball. He's got a nose for it.
Dave and I did the track and field finals, and D.J. Morgan won 3 city titles. He's in the backfield for Taft tonight.
D.J. Morgan bringing back some of that tradition of the Taft speedster. Remember all the great players at Taft who could burn it. Morgan, as you said, at the track finals was absolutely brilliant. He's great on the football field.
We all love the name, the quarterback name here at Taft. Bam Goodall, number 7.
Antoine Bam Goodall goes by Bam. He is a good player, only a junior. Last year started as a sophomore, Randy, but his receivers let him down. They dropped 60 passes last year. This year he thinks he's got better talent to support him.
I think that's unquestioned. Taft figures to be very potent offensively. Their head coach is Matt Kerstetter, and he's standing by with the third member of our broadcast team, Jennifer Kim.
Coach, it's the first game of the year. How confident are you?
We feel very good after the practice we put in. The last 3-4 weeks have been real impressive for our kids. They put in a lot of hard work, and we're looking forward to it paying off tonight.
Great, thank you. Back to you guys.
Crowd here at Woodland Hills, Taft High School in the West Valley. Thank you, Jennifer Kim. Matt Kerstetter, very confident that he's going to have a great football team and a great football season, but this could be a very difficult assignment. Venice is solid, we all know that. And even though they dropped that game to San Fernando last week by a touchdown, they had opportunities to knock off the Tigers. And Angelo Gasca told us, Dave, that he has a whole new group on offense. He's never had 11 new guys on offense. That's unusual. Usually you have 1 or 2 returning players, 11 new guys on offense.
Well, every year in high school, of course, you have to reload, but that's almost unheard of to have everybody new. So it's going to take them a while to find their footing. The best weapon he's going to have, Randy, is the calendar when these kids get comfortable.
Chris Clark is the quarterback who will start, number 2. He's a speedster who can run the spread offense. And if you've seen any Venice games in the past, Angelo and company like to throw the football down the field. Now the Taft Toreadors, there they are in their traditional red uniforms with the gold and white. This is a program that went 8-4 with Matt Kerstetter at the helm last year. Got knocked off in the quarterfinals by the eventual champion Birmingham Patriots. Oliver Johnson, like McConico, had 8 interceptions last year, which was high watermark in the entire city. They think Asensio is a very solid tight end. We talked about Goodall. Booker does give him an outstanding wide receiver. And then there's the linebacker Nick Bruce, who's already committed to Fresno State.
Matt Kerstetter's done such a great job here at Taft, Randy, replacing Troy Starr, who was a legend here in the West Valley. It's tough to come in there and fill the shoes of somebody who has so much success, but he's finding his own footing here at Taft.
And the Toreadors feel they can be a threat to win the city championship this year. Of course, they're housed in the very competitive West Valley League, and that's the same league that has Birmingham, which you see ranked number 5. Lost to Garfield last week in a game we had for you in LA 36, 29-28. How about that, though, Dave? The top 3 teams in the Max Preps top 10 list, all from the Moraine League.
Well, I'll tell you, Randy, you look at that entire list. I mean, some of those teams could compete in Division I college. Those are really talented teams, and for Taft to be up there 7th is a great credit to this young program.
And as you noted, too, that Venice is ranked number 15, just outside the top group after losing last week to San Fernando. By the way, the Tigers are ranked number 11. Dwayne Joseph is our veteran official tonight who will oversee matters here in Woodland Hills. Cool, but delightful. A little bit of a breeze kicking up, but I would say coaches would say this is perfect climate to play in. They expect temperatures to range in the mid-60s.
It is an absolutely beautiful night. Maybe a hint of fall in the air for the first time. Of course, Woodland Hills is one of the hottest spots in Southern California during the summertime, but it's a cool evening. The breeze feels wonderful, and I think the players are going to really enjoy playing in these conditions.
Dave, we hear this a lot. Teams that have a game under their belt to make their greatest improvement from game 1 to game 2. Well, Venice has that on their side. They played a game. For Taft, it's their opening contest. You got to feel that gives Venice a little bit of an advantage early on.
Well, again, they have all those new players, 11 starters on offense and a lot on defense too, but that first game is oh so valuable. Taft has a lot of players coming back, so the first game maybe not more than the jitters is always tough on the first day.
There's Nick Bruce, the brilliant linebacker. He'll be all over the football field this evening for the Toreadors.
Deep back, we'll have Roy LaPatty.
Let's pick up the coin toss.
And on Venice sideline, we'll have Steve Johnson and Dwayne Joseph will be your referees. Today's contest are white top in the right, red top in the red, okay? You guys are captains. I expect you guys to control your respect.
Long explanation here.
Well, he's kind of laying down the rules, telling them that they have to control themselves during the game, you know, especially opening game for Taft and Venice a chance to get back on the field. Sometimes you don't want the players to get too exuberant and lose control.
The side is going to be the head side, that's head. The side that has the eagle on is going to be tail. Venice is the way team. You're going to call your choices, heads or tails. He is called heads, Captain. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It is what? It is tails. It is your option. You like to defer, okay?
Of course Nick Bruce would defer. He's playing defense. He wants to hit somebody, right?
Well, you know, especially in the opening game, sometimes you worry about a kid getting too excited and saying, we'll kick the ball, because that's your decision. So you don't want to say that. You want to defer if you want to receive it in the second half.
Well, both these teams historically have electrifying offenses. Venice, you look at stats, Dave, and over the last 6 years, Venice High School has won 60 football games. They average 10 wins a year. That's exactly how many they had last year, 10-2. And they've completely dominated the Western League. They've won that championship 6 years in a row. They shared it one time with Fairfax. But the last 6 years, the champions from the Western League. So we have the Western League against the West Valley League.
Well, Angelo Gasca certainly not afraid to bring his teams into the Valley. We did a game last year, Venice and San Fernando, and I remember that game was about 105 degrees. They actually held the kickoff to let the temperature get down to 95. Very different story tonight. I'm sure he's glad he made the trip this time.
And Angelo, even though they lost to San Fernando a week ago, abundantly confident that his team can turn it around here tonight. He thinks he has good talent. He just said, Randy, I've never had a group where we had to try to reorganize like that and start all over from scratch. But you know, if you have talent, you'll eventually put it together, and Angelo's a very good coach. Well, the Gondoliers and that spread offense will get it first. There's Matt Kerstetter. Solid citizen, good guy, normally very stone-faced on the sideline, but he's cracking a smile early. Of course, last week in our game of the week, we saw Deontay Brooks return the opening kickoff for a touchdown for Birmingham, and that's how our season began. Birmingham opened up a 14-0 lead on Garfield, and Garfield rallied to take a 29-14 advantage into the fourth quarter, only to see that dissipate, and the Bulldogs had to hold on and win and upset Birmingham 29-28.
Tremendous game. Birmingham going for two with 2 seconds left, and they failed.
This one is underway in Woodland Hills. And the Gondoliers will start from outside their 30-yard line. Now again, this offense very wide open. Alex Zavala returned the opening kickoff to the 34-yard line.
You see the Taft players converging on the ball. A couple of them getting in some licks right there after the play. Nothing like that first hit of the year.
Right out of the shotgun. Chris Clark, the senior quarterback, 6 feet and 170 pounds.
Three-man front for Taft. Venice will attack it.
McConico running hard. Gets about 5 yards. There's J.R. McConico. Again, he'll be playing both sides. Great cornerback. Rushes for 5. They rushed for 90 yards against San Fernando last week.
Taft using a 3-man front. They had the linebackers filling the gaps, moving in and out. They're going to give you a lot of different looks on defense. Venice going to the spread offense. So many teams are doing that.
McConico again with a nice cut. Out to the 42-yard line. Taken down by Brandon Mitchell, number 77. 6'3" and 330 pounds is Mitchell. He's a junior.
And good help, too, by Lenton Abram, number 11, who stayed at home. You see him at the bottom of the tackle, helping out double-teaming McConico.
Brandon Mitchell is a guy that has created havoc in practice for Taft defensively, and he can move with 330. Lost 35 pounds. Came into camp at 365, and he's a little quicker at 330. 3rd down and 2. They run the option with McConico, and he's trapped. He has to reverse his field. And he can't turn the corner, and it's going to be 3 and out. Excellent defense, and it was Nick Bruce that came over and stopped him.
Taft did a tremendous job reading the play. Venice setting up in a naked backfield situation, 5 receivers. They send McConico from his flanker spot to take the pitch, and Taft sniffed it out all the way.
Loss of 5 yards.
Impressive defensive stand for the Toreadors.
Oliver Johnson is back deep. Daniel Morales will punt it away. Oliver Johnson will watch this one bounce. A short kick. Taft will get pretty good field position outside their 40-yard line. It'll be the first time tonight. We'll look at number 7, Bam Goodall, a junior quarterback, a returning starter. Runs the 40 in 4.6. He's got great speed, and he started last year as a 14-year-old. Won't be 16 until the end of this month.
Incredible to start at a West Valley League program as a 10th grader. That's almost unheard of.
Bam is very athletic. He can pass it or run it. First, the man to watch is DJ Morgan, number 30. He's in the tail of the tandem. Goodall to throw on 1st down. Incomplete. He wanted Oliver Johnson on a deep down and out. 2nd and 10.
Play action on the first play. Kind of an interesting call. Venice had good coverage. Goodall didn't really have a receiver open, did the wise thing and threw it away.
But we saw how strong his arm is. He's got
Very
a rocket
strong
for an arm.
And you watch him throw, Randy. It's not a big effort for him. He really takes it back in a compact throwing motion. He zips it out there like a dart.
Venice went 3 and out. It's 2nd and 10 for the Toreadors. We expect fireworks here. Again, it was 41-35 last year for Venice at home. Here's DJ Morgan. Picks up 4. At that point, he's socked down by Josine Posey, the defensive lineman. Just a sophomore is Posey.
When you got a player like Morgan and you want to get him out in space, that time he turned back and Venice had the gaps covered.
Posey so quick off the ball, number 34 on defense. Excellent pass rusher, but he showed us that mobility against the rush. 3rd and long for the Toreadors. See if the Venice defense can answer the stop by Taft's defensive stoppers. Goodall rushed out of the pocket. He can't turn it upfield. And again, it was Josine Posey, that sophomore, number 34. About 2 yards short of the 1st down, and it'll be 4th down.
Well, again, let's give good coverage to the Venice secondary. There was not a red shirt open anywhere out there. Venice had them all covered up, and Goodall had to tuck it and run.
Well, it's 4th down and 1.5 yards to go here in a decision for Matt Kerstetter. Bam Goodall came to the sideline. I think they're going to go for it on 4th down. 4th down and a short 2. 8.5 minutes left. 1st quarter. Ball spotted at the Venice 48-yard line.
Well, Venice has to be careful not to jump offside here. Early in the game, sometimes you just try to draw them offside. 4th and a long 2.
They're going to go for it, and they give it to Nick Bruce. He has a 1st down and more. Nick Bruce slams down to the 41-yard line. 1st down, Toreadors.
Well, how about the decision by Taft to go on 4th down at the 48-yard line of Venice. Boy, you're giving the other team great field position if you don't make it. I love the bold move. It sets a tone for your team.
Of course, there's an advantage here in that you have Nick Bruce, who's orally committed to Fresno State. He's been offered by the Bulldogs, and he's just a great high school football player, says his coach Matt Kerstetter. And he's a tough guy, bruising blocker, and he showed us he can run with it there. 1st down and 10 from the 41. Goodall to Nick Bruce. He's at the 30 into the 28-yard line. 14 yards and a 1st down. Taken down by Pedro Blas, the inside linebacker.
Well, you talked about the arm of Goodall, not just a drop back passer. He showed he's got pretty good arm strength on the run, too. That ball is lofted out there. Bruce pulls it in and powers ahead.
Well, the Toreadors in the first 5 minutes of this football game are threatening. They've moved inside the 30-yard line of the Gondoliers. Morgan with Jamal Davey blocking for him from that fullback position, and a nice effort by DJ Morgan.
Sometimes it's a simple game, just power football. Taft pulled everyone in tight and just challenged Venice to stand up at the line.
Boy, Josine Posey, 34, active defensively, making a lot of stops. But that time it was 8 yards downfield. It's 2nd down. And 2 to go for the Toreadors. Ball just outside the Gondolier 20. This one's caught for a 1st down. I like the way Goodall throws the football. Kalen Booker with the catch, number 8. Kalen Booker is a senior, another explosive player, runs a 4.440.
Well, they get it out to him again, give him a chance to run with the ball. Good quick delivery. Taft really using the entire field. They've gone to the right a few times, this time a quick toss to the left. A very, very balanced offensive series for the Toreadors.
Yeah, I like the play calling here. Really keeping Venice off balance, running and passing. Nice selection of plays. Morgan off of left tackle. Well, he is quick to the point of attack. McConaughey came up to stop him.
Just a strong side run, and the line does its job. Taft going with a real basic I formation. Receiver split right, receiver split left. Tight end to the left that side. They went to the strong side and ripped off a big gain.
There's been some drive by the Toreadors. 5.5 minutes left in the first quarter. We're still scoreless. Venice was 3 and out, and Taft has possessed the football ever since.
Well, at 2nd down and about 3, they can make a 1st down if they get it inside the 3-yard line. So you've got a lot of options on this play.
DJ Morgan is the lone setback. And they give it to DJ Morgan. Didn't get a whole lot, but he didn't need much. It's going to be close. DJ Morgan, all city. But it's going to be ruled 3rd down, about a half a yard short. After being hit and stopped by Freddie Udave. Well, 3rd and 1. You got the bruising fullback Nick Bruce. You got the speedster in DJ Morgan. They're going to take Bruce out of the game. Put 3 on the flanks. Goodall, quarterback keep. Touchdown. Bam Goodall scores for the Toreadors.
That time, Venice had everyone on the field covered except number 7. They didn't stay at home. They didn't watch the quarterback. Just a simple drop, step, and move, and Goodall vaults himself into the end zone.
Nick Lossman got over there a little bit tardy, couldn't stop the play. And it's 6-0 for the Toreadors. There's Bam. Ability to throw it and run it. Very impressive start to the season for the Toreadors. They look sharp.
Yeah, that did not look like a team on its first drive of the year.
No, they looked very crisp. Little trouble there on the point after, but it's up and good. So it's a 7-0 lead. As booting it through was Abraham Bernal.
Boy, Goodall did a nice job handling that snap, Randy. The snap, well, here's the touchdown play. Goodall, you see him turn his back and just launch himself into the end zone. He knew exactly where the goal line was.
A 9-play, 56-yard drive for the Toreadors.
Well, he was celebrating, and why not be happy? Didn't throw the ball in the air. We've seen that called this year, but
when you
he kept his
celebrating,
composure.
of course, you're referring to the Washington BYU finish in college football. It's really cost the Huskies really the game after scoring what appeared to be the tying touchdown. All they had to do was make the PAT. They celebrated, cost them 15 yards, and then the Cougars blocked the extra point. A lot of controversy on whether
well, the penalty is supposed to be for excessive celebration, not for celebration, and I think that that went over the top. Here you saw Goodall raising the ball in the air, but he had the composure not to drop it, and that's how you're supposed to do it.
And I think we're going to see some points tonight, Dave. You know, you got to think with Taft at Venice and the history of the programs, and we saw that with Taft. See if Venice can come back and answer. But again, and Angelo's discussed, he's got 11 new guys on offense. Picking up the ball is Juarez. And after fumbling it around, he didn't go very far and does not get back to the 20-yard line. Brian Juarez. He didn't handle it cleanly, and it cost him.
Well, he may have 11 new guys, Randy, but Angelo Gasca is going to pull them on the side. He's going to say, gentlemen, it's time to grow up, because they have not had a good start. Stymied on the offensive set. Taft ran through them on defense, fumbling the kickoff. They got to concentrate. They got to get in this game. They got to realize they're starting for a reason.
Chris Clark and Alfonso Medina will alternate at quarterback. Clark remains in, gives it to McConico, bouncing outside. J.R. McConico. Boy, he is a slippery running back, isn't he? And he is fun to watch, our first penalty marker of the evening.
Well, he is fun to watch because he doesn't need much of an opening. He just took that little step to the right, read the play beautifully, turned it upfield, didn't get caught chasing himself toward the sideline. And McConico's got the kind of speed that can instantly turn an offense around.
This one's going against Taft. It's a personal foul, so it's going to cost him 15 yards, and Venice is going to come out of this with some sweet field position. That'll take it near the 40-yard line. They'll spot it down at the 39. Randy Rosenbaum, Dave Marcus, and Jennifer Kim in Woodland Hills in the West San Fernando Valley. Right at Winnetka off the freeway, off the 101 Ventura Freeway. Nice stadium here. And a heralded program. McConico trapped, nowhere to roam. Had no chance. Dropped by Devon Rosa, number 85, with excellent penetration. Devon Rosa is one of these guys with long arms, the prototypical defensive end, and they have very high expectations for number 85.
Look at the secondary for Taft close. Everybody in on that play.
Let's go downstairs to Jennifer Kim.
DJ Morgan getting so much mail, his coach doesn't know what to do with it all. He's getting 9 to 10 letters a day from all the major schools wanting his football services. Gonna have to keep your eye open for this kid. The team looks forward to a great season. Randy, Dave?
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And USC's already offered, Stanford, Florida, all those schools already offering, and there'll be a lot more. We'll see where DJ ends up playing his college football. Clark's pass, too tall downfield, intended for Alex Zavala. Well, Chris Clark fired that one too high.
I get 9 or 10 letters a day, but they're all from credit card companies.
Yeah, you and me both.
Good coverage that time for Taft. Jarrett Tryon was back there, sticking right with the receiver, 6 foot, 180-pound defensive back. Tryon, number 21, did a very good job on coverage.
From the 39, the Gondoliers are looking at 3rd down and 10. What a wonderful night to take in a football game. Play fake by Clark. Then he's going to throw it again downfield, and once again he overshoots the intended target, and it was Alex Zavala. That's where he's directing these passes to number 20, but So far, no success, and Matt Kerstetter's team has another defensive stop.
There was nowhere to throw. Again, tremendous coverage by Taft.
Daniel Morales in for his second punt of this first quarter. Oliver Johnson standing back near his 35-yard line to return. Directional kick, but Oliver able to fill it. And Oliver Johnson, strong young man, but you can see there that the Gondoliers are over there in force. I think it's a critical point in the ball game, even though it's early. Venice needs a defensive stop here. They got to show that they can stop the Toreadors.
Yeah, low line drive kick here, and Johnson takes it on the run. He had a chance to turn it upfield, bobbled it, but kept his concentration. No running room, but he held on to the football. But it was a good idea to try to catch that and turn it up quickly because it was out there quickly. Not a lot of hang time.
You impressed with Bam Goodall so far?
I think he's a tremendous talent. He's only an 11th grader, and he's got just great form. Strong arm, drops back, sees the field well. He's made good decisions.
By the way, if it looks dark out there, it is dark out there. They got a lot of new light bulbs this season, but they're trying to enhance the lighting here. Goodall with the screen to DJ Morgan. And in space, look out. Tackled by McConico, so the two All-Stars collide, but not before Morgan has a first down for the Toreadors.
We talked about some of the speedsters in the history of the Taft program. Of course, Jameer Holland, who was a great track star and played here, and Steve Smith, who's gone on to play at SC and then in the NFL. And those were guys that were receivers, Randy. They have a speedy running back now, and that gives you so many more options. You can swing them out of the backfield like that play. Really gives you no substitute for speed, but at the running back position, it's doubly dangerous.
Well, that screen was good for 18 yards and a first down. Toreadors out to their 45. The 22, Nick Bruce in there. When he's in on offense, we know he plays a lot of downs on defense. They're much stronger because he is such a solid blocker. DJ Morgan again twisting upfield for about 3 or 4 yards. And DJ draws a crowd. Number 30, the focal point of the offense for Taft.
Well, we saw another good job by Goodall to catch the snap. That was down by his ankles. The play blew up right then. Really not a chance to make anything positive out of it, but he averted a disaster. A lot of pressure on the center when you run that spread offense. Get that snap back to the quarterback in good shape.
They really like 65 Antoine Woods up front. 6'1", 274-pound 10th grade lineman. Number 65 has been moving people out of there. Final 2 minutes of the first quarter. Taft with a 7-0 lead. And driving. Goodall tried to thread that one through traffic. Very little window to fire that one through, and he missed his intended receiver.
Well, it was a safe miss. He threw it where his player was the only one who could get it. Anthony Asensio, number 5, is the intended receiver. You see, that ball's not going to get picked off, and it was down by Asensio's knees. Could have made the catch, but not a bad miss.
They like Asensio, the tight end. He's a senior, tough kid, physical player, makes plays. They think he'll have a solid year.
Venice now showing a 5-man front against this multifaceted Taft attack.
3rd and 7. Can Venice get that defensive stop late in the first quarter, down by a touchdown? Goodall looking to throw the football. Pressured. Forced to run, and down he goes. He's sacked for a loss. Pedro Blas, 54, was in along with Josine Posey.
Blas on the blitz was coming all the way, and he doesn't give up on the play. They picked him off initially, and there he comes, 54 from the left side of your picture. Blas was initially blocked, but you got to keep going after you get hit. That was an outstanding effort.
And I really think that's a big stop early in this game for Venice. McConico is back deep. There's the man that made the big play, Pedro Blas on defense. Benches 340 pounds, and he's quick. Bernal to punt. And Abraham gets this one high into the air. McConico with the fair catch at his 13-yard line. And again, Venice is backed up.
What a tremendous kick. You don't see players having to fair catch too often in the prep ranks. A lot of hang time. Taft had a lot of gunners down there on coverage. McConico made the wise decision, put up his hand and fair caught it. But Venice pushed back starting inside their 15.
And tonight's game is being presented by Farmers Insurance. 80 years serving America. Farmers Insurance Group, a symbol of superior service, and we welcome them aboard. Farmers Insurance will be with us throughout the year. Pass far side is caught. And as soon as Medina comes in, he makes a nice throw to Alex Zavala. Now, we saw number 20 be the intended target of Chris Clark. He overshot him a few times, but Medina comes in and throws a strike.
Well, that's an important play, not just because it gains some yards, but because it's going to open up this defense for Taft. McConico is a gifted running back, but if he gets the ball every time, they're going to really be able to key on him. Excellent decision.
Final half minute of the first quarter. And Alfonso Medina is the better of the two throwing the football. Screens it. And this one is going to be going nowhere as McConico had no chance. Nick Bruce was there. And he was not alone. That should be the final play of the quarter. And you can see this one go backwards for the Gondoliers.
McConico gets it, and his wall's not there. The screen, little short dump screen is going to work if you've got your blockers, but the blockers had already released downfield.
Also in on the stop, number 8, Keelan Booker, who we've seen play on offense. You saw what he can do on defense. That's the end of the first quarter. Your score is Taft 7, Venice nothing. The only touchdown, a short touchdown gallop by quarterback Bam Goodall.
Well, you can see with Medina in there, Angelo Gasca going to a very different look for Venice. If you're going to run the spread formation, Randy, you got to have options, and Medina looks like the kind of guy that can deliver on those options.
Take a look at the Bam Goodall score from the first quarter. Pretty simple play.
Well, it's good trap blocking by Taft. He didn't need much of a window. Remember, they only needed a yard for a first down, so they were going to get the first down whether he got in the end zone or not.
Boy, Troy Starr had great teams here, didn't he?
Incredible.
Won the city title once, came up short 4 times. But always seemed to find a way to the Coliseum, and I know that's what Matt Kerstetter wants to do. And he thinks he's headed in the right direction. And off of what we've seen through the first 12 minutes, he appears to have a pretty good football team. And I think this is a very good test against Venice. I mean, in future years, they want to play a lot of Southern Section schools, Taft. They got a couple of them on the schedule this year, but they want to pretty much follow that Birmingham model, which has been so good for Ed Croson over at Lake Balboa, playing all those Southern Section schools. And I know Taft wants to do that as well. Venice has had great success in recent years with wins twice over Loyola and last year over Oaks Christian. So they've been beating some of the heavyweights in the Southern Section. As we start the second quarter, Chris Clark has given way to Alfonso Medina at quarterback, and Medina looked sharp with that first throw.
Well, you know Venice has tremendous firepower on offense. They didn't show it last week. They were limited to single digits, and this week, of course, off the board. But now they're starting to get things going, starting to move the ball a little bit.
We'll start with a 2nd down and 8 as we begin the second quarter. Our prep game of the week on LA 36. Glad you're aboard. We'll take a little bit of a hiatus next week. We'll have Long Beach Poly and Carson in 2 weeks. Movement Skate Shop. You know, they have all the decks, all the nice brands. We love those guys. And Dave, I know last time we were on, we were talking about all those names, Chocolate, Baker, Alien Workshop, and others. They love football, and they love it in the San Fernando Valley. Medina, after taking that high snap, trying to set his footing and throw downfield. Incomplete, and a late flag in the backfield where the football was released by Alfonso Medina.
A nice job by the intended receiver, Larry Clark, to come back to the football, number 11 in white. He recognized that his quarterback was scrambling and was in trouble. They almost hooked up for a completion there.
Yeah, Daniel Robinson in the secondary with the fine coverage.
You got to help your quarterback out here, and I think Medina makes a very good throw under the circumstances.
Tremendous pressure from Nick Bruce. Wayne Joseph.
You think Pat Hill's going to like a guy that roams the field like that?
Oh yeah, he likes the guy who has the motor. Another personal foul on Taft, which will give Venice a first down, and that's one thing I'm sure Matt Kerstedt won't like. That's the second infraction of that nature tonight against the Toreadors. Here come the Gondoliers. Alfonso Medina, part of the two-headed monster at quarterback, according to Angelo Gasca. We saw Clark. We'll see what Medina does. He has 4 receivers on the flanks. That one into and out of the hands of Chris Clark. Well, the quarterback, they moved him out to the flanks to try to utilize his speed, and he just didn't hold on to the football.
Well, the pass was thrown a little bit too far forward. That ball can get picked off. You want to throw that back a little bit, and I think Clark anticipated that it was going to come back at his right arm. Instead, it was at his left hand, and they're very lucky that didn't get picked.
This ball should have been caught, though. Second down and 10. McConico is the solo setback. And he has the football. McConico breaking a tackle, fighting hard down to the 45-yard line of Taft. Now they do have a nice backup running back at Venice and Brandon Tillis, but so far almost exclusively number 3, J.R. McConico, has been handling the ball.
Well, he's been their most effective weapon. You don't think of Venice as a grinded-out program, but that may be the formula they have to adopt to try to move the chains. McConico,
third down and 5. They need a conversion here, though.
And you can see McConico getting worn down a little bit. He's taken some big hits already in this game.
1 minute into the second quarter. Taft protecting a 7-0 lead. No chance for Medina as they swarm all over him.
One of the dangers of the spread offense is that you don't have a lot of protection for your quarterback, and if there's penetration, and believe me, there's penetration here, your quarterback's a sitting duck.
It was Brandon Mitchell again, 77, coming from the inside, and we mentioned it last week. If you get that rush up front, also there 85, Devon Rosa, but 77, Brandon Mitchell, was coming from the middle. The quarterback really has nowhere to go. If the rush is from the outside, they can go right up the middle, but if it comes from that middle part of the field, the quarterback is trapped, and that's exactly what happened there. Oliver Johnson looking for a block, slips and falls, and is down at his 22-yard line.
Well, we've learned that Oliver Johnson is fearless. He took that thing with the Gunners coming right at him, and he was very disappointed to lose his footing here.
Well, we'll see what Bam Goodall can do here against that Venice defense. Third possession for the Toreadors. They scored the first time they had it on the Goodall touchdown, and were stymied the second time. Last year it was 35-0 at halftime for Venice. Taft stormed all the way back before Venice finally won at 41-35.
You could see confusion on the Taft side as Goodall wasn't quite sure if he was in the game or not, coming over to get the play. You would normally not have that kind of confusion after just getting possession on a punt. Normally you've got that worked out on the sidelines.
Again, it's their first game, and I see a lot of mistakes in specialty teams. That's the toughest thing to get together early in a year because you don't spend quite as much time on it. I know there are coaches who really try to specialize in the specialty game, but it's still really difficult because they don't really practice as much as they do with their down and distance. Well, I think Angelo's got to be somewhat perplexed about his offense so far. It's 5 quarters now, and he has 6 points. So that's not going to get it done. That's not Gondolier type football.
No, and you know they've got the weapons and they've got the formations. They've got the playbook to have more success on the offensive end than that.
Well, they need some blocking up front. I mean, I thought Medina looked pretty good in there, and he just never had a chance in the last series, getting sacked by Brandon Mitchell. Well, let's see what Bam can do. Bam, DJ, and company. Out of the shotgun is Bam Goodall. Taft 8-4 last year, and here's Goodall running to the near side. He's strong as well as quick. Bam Goodall.
Boy, a bit of bad luck because he and Oliver Johnson got all tangled up. Johnson was doing the right thing, number 3 in red, out there to give him a block. And if he gets that block, Goodall's going to go a long way. But Goodall misread where the block was coming. You see, he runs right up the back of his blocker and has to go down.
Good pursuit by Lamar Creighton to finally secure the tackle, but a pickup of 8 for Goodall. 2nd down and 2. We've heard so much about DJ Morgan, but Bam Goodall's been impressive. Oh, what a hit in the flat. And it was J.R. McConico laying the leather to Devin Bailey. I mean to tell you, this one is for the highlight tape. Watch JR light him up.
This might be the best hit of the year. That is just perfect. Cleaned him out. Boy, you look at all that talent over there. And McConigo, who we've seen running the ball so well, what a well-timed hit on Bailey.
Well, that's why Angelo says he's one of the best players in California. Again, 8 interceptions last year. Led the city along with Oliver Johnson, all city first team. And Angelo says he's just a great cornerback.
You know that hit is going to be shown at the team banquet at the end of the year. That is, they're not going to get a better one all year.
At the Venice team banquet. It certainly won't be shown at the Taft banquet.
Taft is erasing it right now.
3rd down and long after the loss. Took a lot of time. And it's going to cost Taft 5 yards. Delay a game. It'll be 3rd and now 13. Well, Bam's going to talk it over with his coach.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see now how a hit like that elevates the Venice play. You can see they're excited, they're clapping. You see if that carries over to the offensive end. If they get the ball back here, they're going to get pretty good field position, a chance to get a tie in this game.
Taft back at his 18-yard line. We would think that Goodall would go back up top. Needs 13 yards. Flag is down. Ball's underthrown. No one in the area. It was DJ Morgan on a wheel route going long, but the ball was 15 yards wide of him. A lot of heat on Goodall, and that flag came in this backfield in an area where you might think of holding.
Again, tremendous pressure by 34 Josine Posey for the Gondoliers.
Well, the defense of Venice has done a nice job here after that first drive, and it was a hold, and it is refused to bring up a 4th down. Punting unit is on. Daniel Morales will return the kick, and Venice figures to get excellent field position. Devin Bailey will be back to punt. Line drive kick. Morales put the knee down, and in high school football, that ends the play. But still pretty good field position for the Gondoliers. And Dave, I'm somewhat surprised here. I did not expect this kind of game.
No, a grinded out struggle. Taft looked like they could move the ball at will in the first series, but Venice has really stiffened, and Venice is going to take over now just on the Taft side of midfield, Randy. A great opportunity to turn things around.
No question that Morales had that left knee down. And again, once you're down, you are whistled as the end of the play.
Well, better to do that and recover and catch the ball safely than to try to keep your knee off the ground and reach down to your shoe tops. That's a recipe for disaster.
And once again, Venice has a short field here. They start from midfield. 50 yards away from potentially tying the game are the Gondoliers. The screen to McConico. Incomplete. Probably a good idea that he didn't catch the ball.
Wasn't going anywhere.
For a loss. Shelton on the coverage. Shaquille Shelton, 23. Let's go downstairs once again to Jennifer Kim.
No.
Well, we got a nice smile out of Jennifer. We did go downstairs. Out of the gun is The Venice Gondolier quarterback, Medina. He's hit again. He looked up and he had no chance. Drilled and drilled hard. Coming in was number 18, Patrick Carlson.
Well, now we've got one for the Taft highlight reel. Goodness.
Well, we see a problem with Venice. They're just not getting it done up front.
Yeah.
Quarterback has no chance.
Now, the spread option relies on the quarterback being able to exercise options, and there are none available right now for Venice.
3rd and 18. The deep ball for Zavala, no good, too far. Straight fly pattern for Alex, and Medina threw about as far as he could. Now let's go down to Jennifer Kim.
Wide receiver Timon Jones has moved around a lot, from Detroit to the South Bay and now to Woodland Hills. Fortunately for Taft, he's ended up in the West Valley. Timon's only been practicing with the team for about 3 weeks, but the team and coach are excited to have him on their squad this year. Randy?
Well, thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, his mom has had a series of jobs. He started living in Detroit, went to the Redondo Beach area, and here he is in the West Valley. He's only been on campus for 3 weeks, and they think he's going to be a splendid addition to the team in weeks to come.
Listed at 6'1", 185. You can see that athletic frame. Good numbers.
Venice timeout with 7:24 left in this first half. 7-0 for the host Toreadors from the West Valley. Yeah, they're one of the favorites in the West Valley this year. And later in the season, we'll have their Thursday night fray at Birmingham.
That should be a tremendous game. And I'll tell you, this Taft line is really impressing me. That time, Brandon Mitchell, 77, was in so hard on the blocking back, Jonathan McNeil. And we told you, McNeil's a big guy, 6'3", 220, that he almost pushed him into the quarterback. Taft is getting it done on the defensive line.
Yeah, Brandon Mitchell's a very imposing force. We mentioned he's 6'3" and 300 pounds, 330, just a junior. And he has been destructive so far up front. Venice unable to block him with one guy, and they might take 2 or 3 to try to stop him before this one's over. Morales' line drive punt away from Oliver Johnson. That was well executed by the Venice punter. And that'll back up the Toreadors as it's down by Brandon Tillis.
Well, Venice failing to capitalize on a great opportunity, getting the ball on the Taft side of the field. Sometimes in games like this, you want to play for position and flip the field and get field position, but you got to take advantage of it when you get it. And Venice really unable to move the chains.
Yeah, this has been a hard-fought defensive battle, and again, we expected a lot of points on the board. Venice last year averaged 30 points a game. Taft pretty much the same. These are two teams that score a lot of points. But so far, defense has been the order of the night. See what the Toreadors do here. So after the 42-yard punt, no return. Let's see what Goodall and company do, starting from their 15. DJ Morgan. Terrific run by DJ Morgan. First down after a run of nearly 20 yards.
Just as on the defensive end, it's the Taft line that's getting this done. Just a pull block to the right, and you can see there's not a white shirt in the picture. Taft cleaned them out, and Morgan had a wide open gap to run through.
That was a tremendous cut back outside, eluding J.R. McConaughey. Change of quarterback for the Toreadors. We'll get to that in a moment. Whistles sound. Nicholas Stevens, number 12, has entered. So Goodall is out. Nicholas Stevens is in. Matt Kerstetter looking at his backup quarterback. There's Nicholas. Legal procedure will give him a little bit more difficulty on down and distance. It'll be 1st and 15.
They've had a lot to cheer about here at Taft, Randy, not only on the football field, but such great basketball teams in recent years here in the West
Won
Valley.
the city championship last year and a big win over Fairfax, led by Larry Drew. They figure to be great again this year. They have a tremendous team coming back, along with Fairfax and a few others. Westchester, the usual suspects. Morgan gets some of the yardage back. Remember, it was a 1st and 15. Hit by Pedro Blas, and Morgan got the 5 yards back.
Pedro Blas seems to be right in the thick of it for Venice.
Down to 5:50 left in the half. 7-0 Toreadors. See KJLH in the background. They're having a wonderful ticket giveaway here tonight. Big game coming up, and they're giving away tickets. Of course, KJLH 102.3 radio, free KJLH on the FM dial. Here's the pitch out to Morgan, and he slips and falls. Excellent penetration that time from Michael Tessier, defensive lineman, a 205-pound junior, disrupting this play.
And Morgan Tripp never really did get his footing. Of course, you talk about the game, Randy, that you're talking about is the Angel City Classic at the Coliseum on September 27th. Prairie View A&M and Morehouse will get together. That should be a tremendous battle.
Yeah, it really should. And once again, KJLH with a big ticket giveaway here tonight for that game. There's Matt Kerstetter. He's now worried about ticket giveaways. He wants a first down here. Looking at 3rd down and between 10 and 11 yards needed, with his backup signal caller in there running this series. Pass into the flat. Coming back to the near side and running with the football well was Anthony Asensio, the tight end, but running lateral, he's not going to get it done. And he's well short of the first down.
Yeah, he ran about 50 yards and gained about 2. He had a couple of chances to cut back. And you'll see him come right back toward the sun. Let's see if we can get a shot of the coach. I'm not sure if he's in the shot. A lot of lateral running, but no forward motion. And it's going to come back anyway.
See if they accept this penalty or decline. They have the option here because it would turn the down marker to 4th down. So I think Angelo might refuse this one. He may want his hands on the football down a touchdown, and that is the case. You know, we're so used to seeing Venice go right down the field. This is kind of startling for us, Dave. I'm not accustomed to seeing Venice teams stammer and stutter like this at the offensive end.
No, I don't think that they anticipated they would have a bagel on the board this close to halftime.
Devin Bailey punting. Set to return once again is Daniel Morales. High snap, but Bailey goes up to get it. Bounces inside the 40 and is down at the 36-yard line, maybe the 37-yard line. It was down there by Kalen Booker. But still pretty good field position for the Venice Gondoliers. Let's just see if they can get something started with 4 minutes left in the half. Kind of a quiet crowd. Not a lot of fireworks in this game. Just a hard-hitting evening in Woodland Hills, and right now everyone's waiting for something to break.
Yeah, you don't expect this to be a black and blue division game.
Well, Larry Clark, number 11, wide to the left side, a big-time receiver, future star, just a puppy, only a sophomore. They think he's going to be great. Maybe he can make it play. Chris Clark, not related, in the ball game, handing it off to Brandon Tillis. And Tillis is that other running back that I had mentioned earlier who they like so much. Explosive. He's a slasher. He's not as elusive as J.R. McConico, but the slasher does well here. Number 21, Brandon Tillis.
Well, once again, Venice trying to get players out on the flanks because they're not getting it done up front, but Taft is just too quick. They're converging on the ball from every angle.
Venice has been outplayed, but that being said, Brandon Tillis and company only down a touchdown. 2nd down and 3. The delay, and Dave mentioned it. Look at the penetration. No chance at all in that backfield.
I mean, about the only thing McConico can do by the time he gets the ball here is not fumble, because he's got nowhere to go. Did a good job hanging on to the football.
Third down. After the loss, Venice needs 7. Venice isn't getting first downs. They're just not moving the chains. 2:45 left in the half. They loosen up in the Taft secondary, expecting to throw. Clark's going to run the option. Juarez can't turn the corner. And Brandon Mitchell 77 over there surveying matters. And with 2:30 left in the half, Venice is going to have to kick it away. There is a flag down.
Well, I think we're learning that this Taft team is pretty good, Randy. They are fast, and they're covering every side of the field.
They're fast and they're physical.
They are very, very physical. They've got the good combination of the horses up front and the fast guys in the secondary.
I mean, Brandon Mitchell's going to be a load for anyone to block in the city at 330 pounds. And again, he lost 35 pounds. He's a lot quicker. And he has been wrecking Taft in practice, and they're glad to unleash him against an opponent tonight. Penalties refused, and Venice will punt. Should be fourth down, shouldn't it? Yeah. Unless the down and distance marker is incorrect.
Yeah, the marker says third, but I believe it's fourth down.
Yeah, I think they're going to work on that. Fix it. Yeah, that's a Taft called a timeout. And it is now fourth down as the chain gang working its first game of the season as well.
Well, Taft, with only 2.5 minutes to play in the half, will likely go in with a lead at halftime, and obviously only a 1 touchdown lead, but I think Angelo Gasca is going to have to search to find an answer, Randy.
They certainly will. We don't have to search to find a good friend. That's Farmers Insurance, 80 years service in America. Farmers Insurance Group, a symbol of superior service. Well, Taft has time, though, with the likes of Oliver Johnson and Bam Goodall and DJ Morgan. They have 2.5 minutes.
Well, they really have to avoid a turnover. Obviously, you don't want to give up a score and let the defense score. That may be how Venice gets back in the game. But got to play it safe here.
Morales, a very short kick. Got to get away from it. And it's down by Jonathan McNeil. But Taft will be starting from its 40-yard line. Also want to thank our friends at Movement Skate Shop. Mention some of those brand names: Girl, Chocolate, Baker, Alien Workshop, Element, Bland Bee, Flip, and many more. Movement Skate Shop located in the heart of Woodland Hills. Give them a call, 703-7616, and thank them for sponsoring City Sports in the San Fernando Valley. Well, good field position. Stevens remains in at quarterback. He's going to throw it into the flat. Taken down is Devin Bailey.
Well, we talked about the Taft cover guys, but how about J.R. McConaughey? We told you he was a very, very good cornerback.
No, he's not a good cornerback. He's great.
Yeah.
I mean, when we say that when we were doing a bowl game, Champ Bailey is great.
Oh, absolutely.
J.R. McConaughey
is
right a great football player. You want to probably think in terms of throwing to the other side. You see number 3. It might be a good idea if you're Stevens or Goodall to look to the opposite side. Check off. Minute 40 remaining. Nearly 10 still needed on second down for the red-clad Toreadors. McNeil with a furious pass rush, but that one is captured by Asensio. Good throw there by Stevens. I like the way Stevens stayed in the pocket, even though he was going to take the hit from Jonathan McNeil, and he hit his tight end nicely, and he got it to Caldwell.
That is a gutsy play to stand there in their face of that rush. You know you're going to take a big hit. Boy, tremendous play.
Asensio with the catch. Good block by Caldwell, and gain of 10 and a first down. Stevens again with that quick short pass, so they're going to go to the short passing game. Devin Bailey bringing this one in. Stopped to the secondary by number 1, Gabe Lopez. Second down and 8. Down to 1 minute left. Nicholas Stevens, senior quarterback, trying to lead the Toreadors to their second score in the waning. Behind the receiver, and that was nearly picked off by Gunnar Wilson. Boy, number 22, Gunnar Wilson, had sniffed out the play and was a step from going back the other way.
That's the kind of play that can turn a game around, and Taft is very fortunate. Again, final minute of the half. The last thing you want is a turnover here.
Third down and 7. We'll see where Nicholas Stevens directs the next one. He has the play call from Matt Kerstetter. There's Matt barking out something into the headset, talking to his coaching staff. They need 8 yards for the first down. Only 49 seconds left in the half. Slot left formation. Screen to DJ Morgan. Great call. First down. Morgan still on his feet. Finally upended downfield inside the 30-yard line. It's always a good idea to get it to DJ Morgan.
Well, now Taft really an opportunity perhaps to get on the board. 40 seconds left, and they're at the line quickly.
Stevens smartly just snapped the ball and threw it straight down to kill the clock. Be second down and 10 with 39.2 seconds left. Now, we knew that Venice would play 2 quarterbacks. Now we're seeing that same situation for Taft with Goodall and Stevens.
Well, what an abundance of riches, because we saw Goodall's arm. Stevens looks very poised in there. The senior Taft has got a couple of very good options here.
Yeah, and he's running that quick passing game very well. Well, they're dancing in the aisles on the Venice side. Venice, of course, traditionally very strong. The blue and white of the Venice Gondoliers. Second down and long. Stevens over the middle. Brandon Tillis deflected it, nearly intercepted it. Then it was nearly brought in by Kalen Booker. So on the ricochet, Booker nearly brought it back, but really Tillis could have intercepted it.
Well, kind of an end-over-end pass, and Tillis broke very well on the ball.
Boy, that's when Tillis will be talking himself about. Could have ended the Taft drive. Kalen Booker swings wide to the right side along with Devin Bailey. Asensio in the slot back on the left. Beyond him is Oliver Johnson. Those are the 4 on the flanks.
3rd and 10. You don't need to go for it all here.
The draw to DJ Morgan. It opens up for DJ. He cuts it back to the middle of the field. DJ Morgan. Touchdown Taft. Touchdown Toreadors. DJ Morgan, a sparkling touchdown run.
We told you he was fast, but he's smart too. What elusive ability by DJ Morgan. He had a couple of chances to get brought down here, almost in the backfield, but watch the moves. Three, 4 changes of direction. Brilliant run.
Why is he getting all those letters? Well, you just saw the answer. We had Jennifer Kim talk about it earlier. He's getting 9-10 letters a day from all the Division I schools. Kick is away, up and very good by Abraham Bernal. 23 seconds left in the half, and remember that Brandon Tillis pass that was nearly brought in by Tillis. He could have intercepted it, didn't get it. Gave Taft another opportunity, and DJ did his thing.
Well, that's one of the great runs you're ever going to see on the high school level.
Well, you'll see him at another level, but he still has another year of prep football here at Taft. Only a junior and all-city guy, and really one of those candidates to be a player of the year this season.
Well, it's one thing to be a fast guy. We've seen a lot of fast guys, but a lot of them can't translate to the football field. That was just instinct on that play. Just a brilliant read of the field. 4 cutbacks after almost getting caught in the backfield. What a huge touchdown. And the task for Venice becomes so much bigger. They're not one break away now from getting right back in the game. They are going to have to put something sustained together and make their offense work in the second half, or this is going to be a long night for Angelo Gasca and the visitors.
They got to find an offense. Devin Bailey will kick off on this occasion for the Toreadors. Juarez and McConico are back deep. Taft, a mighty impressive drive, culminated by that brilliant dash by DJ Morgan. Short kick, it's a live football. Who will get it? 20.4 seconds left. And a sigh of relief for Venice as Brian Juarez was able to fall on the ball. And Venice will keep possession. Let's go back to Morgan's run.
I mean, he is literally running through the entire Venice team.
John Othier had a shot in the backfield to get him. He wiggled loose.
And you know, Randy, I didn't see until that last replay that McConico almost got him on about the 10-yard line, and he shook him off his shoulders. Strength from DJ Morgan as well as speed.
Clark out of the gun with 20 seconds left. There's the same play that Morgan ran, this time with J.R. Morgan. McConico for Venice High School, and he's hit for a loss. And unless they can block this defensive front, it's going to be a long night for Venice. Rosa with the stop. That'll be the final play of the half, and Venice will regroup down 14-0. Taft, Angelo Gasca's got to go back to the drawing board. He's got 6 points in 6 quarters, and he's handicapped down. And I think they got to get it offensively going up front and get some blocking done, because they're not giving their quarterbacks time to throw the football.
That's the key. They have no options. They have nothing they can do with the offense except try to hold on to the football. They really need to start blocking some of the red shirts. Taft has dominated this game at the line, and Venice is very fortunate to be down only 14-0. Remember, last year it was 35-0 at halftime.
Yeah, and that Venice was leading 35-0 at halftime last year. Taft came all the way back, and Venice won it 41-35. All right, Taft has been doing some good things offensively.
Well, they had the touchdown as Goodall took it in. Goodall looked very impressive, came out toward the end of the second quarter, didn't play the last few series, but Goodall ran the offense and got into the score for the first time, and then the brilliance of DJ Morgan, who really put a great cap on a fine first half for the Taft Toreadors.
Yeah, that was with Nicholas Stevens at quarterback. Stevens came in. We're not sure about Goodall, got banged up a little bit. We think he's going to return in the second half. Stevens came in and with a short passing game was able to find DJ Morgan, and he was electrifying with his ability to elude tacklers. DJ Morgan is a heralded junior running back, and we saw why with the run.
Well, we saw some highlight reel plays on defense for both teams, and Morgan with the offensive spark and that big touchdown that has really made things difficult for Venice. You get a look at it here. He's almost trapped a couple of times. Morgan spins out, cuts back 4 times, and watch McConico at the very end, number 3. Looks like he's got a chance to bring him down there, and Morgan just shrugs him off.
That was in the final 23 seconds of the first half. Remember, Taft scored on its first possession and its last possession for the 14-0 lead. That's good stuff for the Toreadors, and they're going to get the ball. Remember, they deferred in the first half when they won the toss, so they're going to get the ball with a 14-0 lead to begin the second half, and they have a great football player we saw in DJ Morgan. I guess J.R. McConico, a battle of initials here. McConico was the best guy on both sides of the ball for Venice. He made some terrific hits on defense and had some good runs as well.
Yeah, McConico has been the highlight for Venice, but it's going to be very tough for them if they don't make a big stop here in this first series.
And let's go to Jennifer Kim on the sideline. Jen?
J.R. McConico is well on his way to be the 5th straight running back to make it to Division I. He's following in the footsteps of Moody McNeil, Ken Ashley, Byron Ellis, and Wally Forrester. This Venice team continues to produce outstanding running backs. You guys back at the booth?
All right, thank you, Jennifer. He is outstanding, but J.R. McConico needs help up front.
I loved watching Moody McNeil last year. I think he's got one of the great names ever to play at Venice.
Yeah, on his way to USC and trying to crack that lineup's never easy. We're set now for the second half. Again, Taft will get the football. We'll get to see DJ Morgan early on. And we'll see what he can do once again. And that was some run to conclude the first half. Well, Dave, what do you think of this Taft team so far? They look physical up front, and that's what I like there with Brandon Mitchell and Rosa and some of the other guys. I like what I see from them. Woods, the young player, and I think the men up front. We always know that Taft's got great skill position guys, but I think their players up front are pretty good.
They look very, very balanced, and they've got to be thrilled with their first half of the year, the way they completely shut down Venice on the defensive end. Of course, we know Venice had problems against San Fernando, so if you're Taft, you don't really know if you are tremendous on the defensive side or if you're facing a team that's got real offensive problems.
Chris Messina will kick off to Kalen Booker and DJ Morgan. There is Messina, senior kicker, 245 pounds. And he kicks it away from Morgan right to Booker. Kalen Booker on the return. Great move by Booker to run around Clark. Tossed out of bounds by Alex Zavala. But Booker gives the Toreadors good field position again, and they've had good field position throughout the game. A nice return.
And you see the contain. Well, it's going to be Brian Juarez, the kicker, chasing the play, 15. And he doesn't give up on that play. Juarez shaken up a little bit. Actually, Juarez didn't kick. He is a kicker, but he didn't kick off that time, but did a very nice job of chasing down the play. Chris Messina was kicking off that time for the Gondoliers.
Well, good news. Bam Goodall is back in at quarterback. Dinged up just a little bit at the end of the half, but Nicholas Stevens did a nice job replacing him. DJ Morgan. This time he's bottled up. Number 30, very prominent player. Jonathan McNeil, that outstanding linebacker, number 4, 6'3", 220-pound junior. Watch number 4 sift over and make the stop.
And for Taft, Antoine Woods, number 65, got tangled up in the pile at the end of the play. He had to limp off the field, and the one thing the Toreadors don't want to, well, he's still on there, actually. You can see he's stretching out that leg. He got kind of collapsed on at the end of the play, and we'll see how long he can stay in there. Taft's line has been so good tonight, you sure don't want to see anything happen to them, but Woods is obviously laboring.
Yeah, and they're going to stop the play right now. They got to get Woods out of there. No need to jeopardize his future. He's a young player, just a sophomore, and he's being replaced by Aidan Clark. In the first minute of the second half. Goodall, incomplete. Well, Jones was running the deep fly pattern, and it was well covered by Clark. First time tonight we've seen Timon Jones on the field running that long pattern, and that's going to be a staple of the offense at Taft. I think Timon can go and get it, and he's the young man that Jennifer talked about earlier in the show that's been transported around the United States with his mom changing jobs from Detroit to Redondo Beach to Woodland Hills. Only been in camp 3 weeks, Dave, and Matt thinks he's going to be a pretty good football player for him.
Well, a little miscommunication that time, but it looked like he had a step out in the secondary. Pass came well short.
3rd down and 7. And Taft has about 2 guys in motion. You're not allowed to do that, so they quickly call a timeout. And Bam realized that offensively they were out of sync.
Well, Taft has looked pretty crisp for a team playing their first game. You're going to expect some of those miscommunication problems in your first game out.
Hey, it looks like the fog is rolling in.
Well, there's a lot of barbecue smoke
just kidding. I was
blowing over the field. And I tell you, it's been driving me crazy up here. They do a great job.
But doesn't it look
like
fog's rolling in?
Yes, it does. That smoke and fog look very much the same under the lights.
I'll tell you this, Angelo Gasca's offense has been in a fog. 6 points in 6 quarters, and it's so unlike Angelo's teams. But this crowd was thrilled here with that wonderful run by DJ Morgan at the end of the half. Changed the complexion of the game, really. It was a 7-0 game, hard-hitting affair, and then DJ went for 35 yards and a score. Third down and long. Taft still not ready, and Bam's going to regroup him and bring him back into the huddle. Antoine Bam Goodall. See what he can do here on 3rd and 7. Good protection. Nearly intercepted into and out of the hands of Pedro Blas. And Venice has had some opportunities to intercept some passes and make a play, and they just haven't made the plays.
Goodall really forced this one. He was going for Asensio, but he was well covered, and you can see that Blas almost picked it up. Blas has played a very nice game for Venice.
It's intended for Anthony Asensio, the tight end, but Blas was right there and should have picked off the football. Well, Venice has gotten the stop. Let's see now if they can get the offense on track and if they can get any kind of return from Daniel Morales. Oh, it's a very returnable punt. Well, Venice has the field possession they desired. Their 45-yard line.
Oh, they have their opportunity now. Only down 2 scores, a chance to really tighten this game up.
Goodall's limping off again, and I don't know how much more he's going to play. He's going to come over, and I think you might see Nicholas Stevens warming up pretty quick. I know Bam's a tough kid, and he's going to want to stay in there, but as he comes to the sideline, he's hobbled.
No, it's game 1. You have to protect him in game 1. You got to get him out if there's any question. You've got a nice lead. The opposition hasn't shown they can move the football on your team, and Stevens did a nice job in relief.
Chris Clark piloting the Gondoliers. McConaughey bouncing outside. Flag is down. Excellent yardage. Gain of 17, but it may get called back.
Late flag, and I think they're going to throw it on Daniel Morales, who was the receiver blocking on the left side. Morales was real happy about holding his block. You see the hold right there, and it was a shame because it was after McConaughey had actually passed the play, but Morales got a grab of the arm, and they're going to bring that one back.
Yeah, he was holding Kalen Booker. Well, again, you see the athletic ability of J.R. McConaughey. Now, it was downfield, so Venice is still going to have good field position. This is one of those unusual times when the penalty was far downfield. We'll see where they bring it back to. Well, they're still going to step it back to the Venice 40-yard line.
Well, the hold 10 yards from the spot of the foul, and
so it'll be first and 15. Yeah.
The flag was thrown at the 50, so.
Could have been worse, though, if it was at the line of scrimmage. It was 5 yards downfield, so. But it wipes out a nice game. The fly sweep with Brandon Tillis. Brandon Tillis into the secondary, charging downfield. And a welcome sight for the Gondoliers. A little life in the offense.
They don't need much room. Tillis is fast. McConaughey's fast. Nice cutback, breaks the first tackle. And Venice, a chance to get right back in the game.
Down to the Toreador 43-yard line. 17 yards for Brandon Tillis. Draw to McConaughey. And again, the penetration is too good. Those red and gold uniform Toreadors all over the play. Christian Hayes, number 10, in on the play.
Taft really stacked the line that time. There's just more rushers than the line can block.
Christian Hayes, 10th grader with a lot of talent. Number 10 told me before the game he's going to bring the wood in the second half. Well, he brought the wood there and made the stop. Loss of 2, second down and a dozen. But where's the passing game of the Gondoliers that we've seen through the years? They'll run with McConaughey wide. Excellent pursuit by Taft. Booker tore the ball away, but it was long after it was blown dead. Gotta like the desire, though, of the Toreadors defensively, the spirit they showed going to the ball.
This was real close to a turnover. The whistle blows right here.
So what I like is, what, 5, 6 red shirts in the picture?
Well, they are closing with a vengeance.
Third down and a long 7 for Chris Clark. Reserve quarterback last year, backed up Richard Ragland as McConico hobbles off, and that's not good news for the Gondos. Timeout called by Venice. And that's the reason why. They want to get J.R. McConico healed. Boy, he gives it all on every play, though. You talk about tough competitor. There is a tough guy, J.R. McConico. Just want to thank once again our participating sponsors in this one. Farmers Insurance. First game, they've joined the LA 36 bandwagon. We're thrilled to have Farmers on hand, a symbol of superior service. Again, they've been around for 80 years serving America. And, of course, Movement Skate Shop, all decks, all brands, a proud sponsor of City Sports in the San Fernando Valley.
Hey, we get a chance to see the brands. I like that.
How many of them have you used? I could see you being a pretty good skateboard guy. You have agility, and you must have agility.
You know, believe it or not, back in the day when skateboards really hadn't become that popular, I used to be skateboard up and down Ventura Boulevard all the time.
I believe it. Right in front of Taft, I would think. Now here we have a big play, 3rd down and 7. McConico stays on the sideline for the time being. Tillis in there. Clark looking to throw the football. Throws that downfield, and it's incomplete. Wanted Brandon Tillis. Coverage downfield from Jarrett Tryon.
Well, 4th down and 7, but I think Angelo Gasca has to go for it in Taft territory. They've got to take advantage of this field position and try to get something going on the board. You're not going to punt the ball and try to pin Taft back because you haven't shown yet that you can really pin Taft back. Well, they are going to bring in the punting unit now. I'm very surprised. On the 40-yard line of the opposition when your offense hasn't gotten anything going.
Well, Morales is in there to put it away to Oliver Johnson. He just didn't want to give away the field position either, I guess. Playing field position football. Morales aiming it for the corner. Johnson slipped down again, and the ball rolls into the end zone, a touchback, and Taft will start from the 20-yard line. Oliver saying, hey, this is my home field, and the turf is real slick. I've fallen down a couple times here.
Maybe it is fog rolling in. You net 20 yards on that. You have the ball at the 40-yard line. It goes in the end zone, so Taft's going to get it at the 20, and Venice lost an opportunity with the ball in Taft territory. You know, they got to get something going on the offensive end.
Well, I think they got to make a play anywhere, and their defense has had a couple opportunities to intercept the ball, and they haven't done it. And last week we saw Garfield make the plays. Lanny Delgado come up with a huge interception down by the goal line. And Garfield made the plays against Birmingham on offense and defense. Venice hasn't made the plays. And Taft will just pound the football. Van Goodall getting instructions. Davey with the carry.
Nice job by Freddie Udave, number 9, from his linebacking position.
Well, Jamal Davey at the up back in front of DJ Morgan. Davey's been alternating with Nick Bruce at that fullback position. This is DJ Morgan. And Venice taking a page out of Taft's defensive playbook. Look at that penetration. You see all the guys moving up to make the hit. Charge led by Iggy Portia. Iggy Portia, number 43, the linebacker. Watch 43 come in there, and also Pedro Blas. And Pedro Blas, and Dave has alluded to it many times tonight, has played a terrific game for the Gondos.
Well, you're going to play that middle line. You're going to play that middle linebacker position. You have to be a guy that reads and reacts well, and Blas is outstanding.
3rd down and 5. See if Bam goes up top or if he looks to give it off to DJ. He's going to give it to Morgan, and he's hit I don't think he got there. So another defensive stop by the Gondoliers. Well, the defense is keeping them in the ball game. And Iggy Porsche again with a big hit. Well, you got to give the Venice defense some credit here. I mean, they've been on the field a lot. They gave up an early touchdown. They gave up that score to DJ Morgan at the end of the half, but they're keeping the Gondos in the fray.
Yeah, and they're recognizing that they're only 2 scores down. Still a long way to go, only halfway through the third quarter.
Evan Bailey on 4th and 3 punting. Morales fumbled the ball. Turnover. DJ Morgan picked it up. Who else? So DJ Morgan, his great speed got him downfield. And the first turnover of the game goes to the Toreadors, and that really stings because it swings the field position all the way to the other side of the Toreadors.
Morales really trying to make something happen for Venice. The ball stripped from behind as he began to run. I don't think he was protecting it because he wanted to really get out there and try to get outside and burn down the field. But a huge turnover, and Taft in great shape now.
After the muff, they start from the Gondolier 35-yard line. Toreadors up by 14, and they have another golden opportunity. Nicholas Stevens is in at quarterback. Goodall shaken up. He's going on the deep pass. That's too far. Intended for Kalen Booker, but he was well defended by Brandon Tillis and others. Like the play call, though. New quarterback in there. You got great field position. Why not take a shot?
It's really the first time we've seen either team try to air it out deep. And it's really the last thing you would expect if you're the defensive coordinator, because Taft's in a position now where they can grind it out and try to really take some time off the clock. But a bold move by the Taft coaching staff to try to go vertical on the first play.
2 rushing touchdowns in the game, one by Goodall, another one by DJ Morgan. For 14 points for the Toreadors. DJ over left tackle. Sprints close to a first down. Now DJ Morgan over 1,400 yards rushing the ball last year, and you can see him blow by defenders here.
Almost got away. Just hog-tied and brought down on a tremendous play by Posey, who has been outstanding for Venice tonight.
Down to the 26, 3rd down and a yard to go.
DJ may want to tuck his shirt in after that tackle.
Morgan, first down, touchdown. 26 yards for DJ Morgan. 2 scores on the night, and the Toreadors have opened up a 20-0 lead.
Morgan reading the play just beautifully. One move, that's all it took. Not a lot of running room here, but Morgan with the cutback right there reads it perfectly, breaks one tackle, and then he's gone.
Well, Dave, this Taft team looks very good. They've opened up a huge lead here with 4:21 left in the third quarter. Abraham Bernal, 10th grade kicker. Goodall in there to hold, so he is playing a little bit. The kick is no good. And Goodall hobbled with the bad leg, so he's not quarterbacking the team, but it's a 20-0 lead for Taft. All right, right now in our Max Preps football poll, we have all those Narbonne, Banning, Carson teams from the Marine League ranked above Taft. You look at it, you see Garfield and Birmingham, who we witnessed in a great battle last week, won by Garfield by 1 point on LA 36. What do you think of this Taft team? We know Jordan's very good as well. A lot of athletes there for Elijah Asante. But what about Taft?
Taft looks very good tonight. I think it's going to take a couple of weeks to be able to assess how good this performance is, because again, this is a Venice team that struggled against San Fernando, is struggling against Taft. So although Taft looks like they're doing everything right tonight, there may be more problems on the Venice sideline than we anticipated.
Well, Taft next week will go to Westchester. I like their battle October 3rd. They're going to play at Banning in the Marine League, and we'll learn a lot about Matt Kerstetter's team. Another tough game for Venice next week. They have to play Muir from the southern section, so life's not going to get easier for the Gondoliers, but life's pretty good right now for DJ Morgan. Devin Bailey kicking off yet again. Gondoliers need a big play. Their star player, McConaughey, has been shaken up. Brandon Tillis and Juarez not doing well back there, are they? They're fortunate just to fall on the ball. You know, it's funny here, Dave. It looks like this is Venice's first game and Taft's second game, and they've had a little bit of rhythm, and it's the opposite. We know Venice played last week, and some of the little bugs have not been worked out yet.
It's a long way from now until the championship game at the Coliseum, and teams learn a lot about themselves in the early non-conference schedules.
Well, McConaughey's out, and Brandon Tillis, that very capable backup running back, is in. No matter what happens in the first few weeks, Venice will be highly regarded in the Western League. Tillis running near side. And he drew a crowd. I do like Brandon Tillis. I do think there's two really good running backs here, McConaughey and Tillis. The biggest concern for the Gondoliers is the guys up front. They got to learn to block. Kalen Booker coming up and applying a nice hit on Brandon Tillis. Second down and 7 to go for the Gondos. See if they can get the ball to Larry Clark. He's got size out on the flanks at 6'3". Play blown dead.
Yeah, Randy, I was watching on the Venice sideline a moment ago to see if McConaughey had his helmet on or was ready to come back in. He actually was standing on the sideline with his helmet on, looked like he wanted to come back in, and one of his teammates bumped into him as they were watching the last play, and McConaughey came up limping again, so I don't think we're going to see him again tonight.
Big motion on the Gondoliers. Second down and 11. Another flag. Well, I think it's tough on Venice because now they're looking up and they know how big and physical Taft is, and they're a little gun shy. Taft jumped offside, but I just think that Venice, little gun shy right about this point.
You have to play this game aggressively, and when I say aggressively, I don't mean dirty. I mean you have to really play this game with a spring in your step, and Venice does not have it at all right now.
And again, it's kind of startling for you and I, Dave, to watch a Venice team struggle like this offensively. You know, a few years ago, if they were down by 2-3 touchdowns, you think, hey, they could score that in a hurry. But you get the feeling this team just can't get it upfield. Here's Clark running the football, and he does that very well. But again, Taft with that ability to run to the football. 2 or 3 guys at all times getting to Chris Clark. Watch the red jerseys converge on Clark. Just exceptional when you have that many guys going to the ball. And what about J.R. McConaughey? They continue to work on him. Third down and a couple for the Gondoliers. Down to 2:20 left in the third quarter. Venice needs to score. They're down 20-0. Tillis through a small crease has a first down. Nice run in there by Tillis. Hurst with the stop.
But again, 3 red shirts, and Randy, right now Taft looks like they're having fun. Venice looks like they're at work.
Well, they have their work cut out for them. Down by 3 scores. Brandon Tillis, that explosive running back, trying to ignite Venice. They pitch it to him. That's Tillis doing his thing. Boy, he takes a pop. Good yardage, though. He's a tough kid, Brandon Tillis. Just unusual to watch these deep pitches, sweeps, and trap plays and fly sweeps with no balls going downfield. They're just not elongating the field. They're not stretching the defense.
No, and when they do try to get some space on the flanks, Taft is covering it very well. Well, Tillis took a big hit, but stays in there.
Matt Kerstetter taking notes, doing his homework. He should have that assignment in by tomorrow, don't you think? Gain of 9 there for Tillis, 2nd and 1, so a nice effort with a minute left in the 3rd quarter. Play fake by Clark. He's got some room to the near side, but he elects to throw the football, and McNeil with a great catch. Oh, that was a splendid effort by Jonathan McNeil to move the chains and take the ball upfield.
Real nice throw on the run by Clark, too. Dangerous pass, but he gave just the right amount of loft, running to his left and throwing back to his right. That's a very difficult play, and it's a perfect throw.
I really thought Clark would run the ball. He had a lot of room, but give him credit. Threading the needle and finding Jonathan McNeil. Tillis on the draw. Well, this is the best looking drive of the game for the Gondoliers late in the 3rd quarter. Some life in the offense. Brandon Tillis has been the ignition key. You can see they're hurrying it up a little bit with 20 seconds left in the quarter. They know they're 3 scores down. Every possession is key. Every second is precious. And Morales has no chance. That's going to end the quarter. And Venice has been shut out through 3 quarters here in Woodland Hills. 20-0 after 3 quarters at Taft. And today's Game of the Week presentation is being brought to you by Farmers Insurance. Symbol of superior service. Farmers Insurance, proud sponsor of Prep Sports on LA 36. And by the Movement Skate Shop. All decks, all styles. There they are. Dave has utilized all of them, right?
Right.
I'm going to put you on one of those. That's what we ought to do next. Our next ball game. Have Dave on a skateboard.
Yeah, we'll do a 2-part series. Me on a skateboard and then me at the hospital.
Right. Well, some hospital administration for the Venice offense. But at least a little bit of movement here. Let's see if they can finish it off. They have 12 minutes. Of course, the star of the game has been DJ Morgan with 2 long touchdown runs. Last one of 26 yards. They huddle up, and DJ Morgan trying to get his guys fired up and try to hold on to a shutout. It'll be a 3rd down for Venice as we begin the 4th quarter with Dave Marcus and Jennifer Kim. I'm Randy Rosenblum. Glad you're on hand on LA 36. See if Venice can click on a 3rd down conversion. Clark's pass is not close to McNeil. Jonathan really never saw the ball coming, did he, Dave?
Well, even if he caught it, he wasn't going anywhere because there were 2 Taft players bearing down on him hard. And again, another 4th down decision. This is 4th and long, a long 8.
And they're going to punt it away, even though the ball's out to the 49. Boy, that has to be disconcerting. You get the drive started, you look pretty solid, and then you just stall out behind midfield.
Well, where's the punter? Morales went off the field. And Venice totally confused here.
Yeah, Stefano Green, number 26, was the deep man in the kicking unit, but he wasn't in there to punt it. He was in there to block, and he looked back, and there was no kicker. And they were forced to use a timeout, and Daniel Morales late to get to the party.
Well, he was on the field, and then he went off. And I don't know if he lost track of the downs, but Morales went to the sidelines.
See if they go for it on 4th down. They've called timeout, and they're going to regroup and go to the sideline. Let's, speaking of the sideline, go to Jennifer.
Nick Lossman, one of the year's best defenders in the Western League, is looking to make it all the way to the NFL, just like his brother J.P. Lossman, who plays for the Buffalo Bills. Now, once upon a time, J.P. himself played for the Venice High School team. Sports obviously run in this kid's family. His father played championship baseball in the 70s. Nick has also played for the last 4 years. Looks to me like we've got an all-star family here. Randy?
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Of course, Craig Lossman, Nick's dad, was on a championship team at Venice, and not a lot of teams outside the San Fernando Valley have won baseball championships, only 2 in the last 36 years. And Craig Lossman was on that team at Venice that won it. Of course, we haven't seen much of Nick Lossman. He's been trying to chase down Morgan, and nobody's caught him yet. Morales' kick is blocked. Then Taft takes over near the 40-yard line. Blocking it was Devon Rosa. Boy, he penetrated, and no chance for Morales. Rosa was right in there, draped all over that kick.
Well, just when you thought things couldn't go worse for Venice, they have to burn a timeout because their punter's not on the field. After the timeout, the kick gets blocked, and everything going right for Taft.
And guess what? I'm surprised. Bam Goodall's back in at quarterback. That's a good sign, though. I'm glad to see he's healthy. Hobbled off a couple times tonight. DJ Morgan remains in at tailback, and he takes the handoff. Ran into Josine Posey. Boy, Posey is quick off the ball. Watch Posey penetrate. 34. 11:30 left in the game, and it has been a dominating performance by Taft out of the West Valley over Venice. Boy, Posey's terrific, though. Well, Taft may move up in our poll here. We got him 7th in the polls. After this performance, depending on what happens with some of those teams in front of him, one would think the Toreadors might move up a spot or two. Goodall pressured. Takes it upfield. His leg looks pretty good here, doesn't it? Posey finally wrestles him down with help from Brian Juarez, but the scramble and the ensuing effort for Goodall, and he's limping again.
Well, he just turned a 10-yard loss into a 7-yard gain. That was an outstanding play.
Yeah, but he's taking some punishment in there despite his heroics with the run. Boy, I like the effort, though. He moved the chains. Great run. Just hate to see your quarterback get banged up like that. And he's going to stay out there. Boy, Bam is tough. You want a tough guy at quarterback, and Taft has that. Even though his team's up 20-0, he wants to stay out there and try to finish off the drive. Short pass completed.
Good throw by Goodall again, although they didn't get a lot of yards out of it. Again, he got back quickly, a one-step drop, and really fired it low and hard. You have to get that ball out there quickly. That's where Venice has had problems tonight. Goodall really a very nice quick release.
Kerstetter throwing the entire playbook at Venice here. They know a score here would put this one out of sight, put it on ice. Second down and 10. No gain on that pass completion. Keel and Booker dropped it. That was the disease that was here last season. Too many drops. Flag is down. Now they pick up the flag. There is no penalty. Third and 10. A must stop for the Gondoliers. Morgan again on the delay. Trying to wrestle free and can't. Taking him down was Chris Benagas.
Jonathan McNeil, too, number 4 in white. He's the contain on the outside. It looks for a second like Morgan's going to go again, and McNeil read the play beautifully. 6'3", 220, and quick as a cat.
On 4th down and 13, back at the 33-yard line. Taft's going to go for it here. They're at the 33 of Venice. Too far to try a field goal. Too short a field to punt it. So not a bad idea to take a shot. Got a 20-0 lead. Nothing really to lose. Flags are down, and they took way too much time. It's one of the problems when you have your quarterback come over to the sideline to get the plays from the coach. That play clock is running, and unless you get that play in there quickly, by the time the quarterback gets into the huddle, it tells the rest of the guys time expires.
I wonder if anybody's ever tracked how far a quarterback runs during a game if he has to go to the sidelines after every play. The field's 55 yards wide, so you think about how much that adds up.
I was just thinking, Dave, we talk so much about Steve Smith playing here, but you know Jeff Fisher played here?
Jeff Fisher was a great player here.
Yep, the Tennessee Titans coach. Here's a screen to DJ Morgan. And you know who we're going back a few years. You know who the quarterback was at the time when Fisher was the star wide receiver? Bill Spooner, who's an official in the NBA. It was Spooner to Fisher. And they were pretty good. Well, Venice gets the stop and they take over on downs. So yes, there is a great heritage here of terrific football players. Mentioned Steve Smith, the wide receiver, played here a few years ago, set a lot of records in California for receiving. Made a big catch in the Super Bowl to help the Giants upend the Patriots last year. Well, the Gondos start from their 35. Let's see if they can get off the Schneid. This time Taft will take the timeout. Once again, we want to pay homage to our sponsors. There's Farmers Insurance Group, symbol of superior service, a proud sponsor of City Section Sports. And of course, our good buddies at Movement Skate Shop. All decks on hand. They're on Platt Avenue in the heart of West Hills. Their telephone number 703-7616. Call them and thank them for participating as a sponsor of Prep Sports. Well, Alfonso Medina's in. Let's see if they can protect for him. That's been the issue. He's a good throwing quarterback. Steps up in the pocket, throwing deep. Too long. Wanted to go to Brian Juarez, but pretty good secondary coverage from Kalen Booker. And you can see Kalen struggling to get back up. Might be suffering one of those leg cramps. Boy, those are painful.
Just a jump ball play. Why not? Take a shot. You got a quarterback who can throw it out there.
Of course, Jonathan McNeil has done a good job defensively, has played a little bit on offense as well, and looked very good in that last series of plays against the Taft offense. There's Jonathan. Six points in 7 quarters for Venice so far to begin the season. And Medina under the gun threw it away, but there's a late flag. Being chased by Devon Rosa.
Well, it really is a surprise with all the, as you mentioned, the great tradition of Venice and their high-scoring offensive teams. And it's a young group, but they've got some problems. They're going to have to learn how to protect their quarterbacks because right now they're not getting a chance to use any of the options that are in the playbook.
Well, Angelo Gasca is a guy that can figure it out. He's in his 9th year as the head coach. 19 years at the school, played there. He's given really most of his life to Taft, to Venice. And Angelo will get it turned around, but I know it's going to be a tough bus ride home to Venice. Matt Kerstetter, only his 2nd year, taking over for Troy Stark, and they were 8-4 last year, and they look to have another good club this year. After the infraction, the ball's out to the 50. That's the one thing Taft will need to clean up. Some penalties. Medina sacked. How often have we said that? A Venice quarterback getting hit and sacked. Christian Hayes, number 10, the linebacker, was coming this time, and he was 1 of 4 in there, along with Brandon Mitchell, to make the stop.
Well, that's a coverage sack because Medina didn't have anybody to throw to. Taft secondary did a great job of sticking with the receivers.
I can't tell you how impressed I am with not only Hayes, 10, but 77, Brandon Mitchell. What a disruptive force he is up front defensively for Taft. Venice looking at 2nd down and long. We've said that all night. 2nd and 3rd and long has been the order of the day, and Tillis nearly lost it. And they're going in the wrong direction. Kalen Booker covers him. Well, Kalen Booker's been all over the field on offense and defense for the red and gold. Boy, it's tough when they're in your backfield before you can do anything.
That's been the story all night long. And give credit to Taft. They came out ready to play.
Well, it's their opening game. They're fired up. They think they're going to be really good this year. I mean, they're a confident group of individuals. And then Matt Kerstetter is a brash young coach with a lot of talent, a lot of enthusiasm. Can be hard-nosed when he has to be. And he expects to be very good and go very deep into the playoffs. Medina, the long ball. That one was very nearly a touchdown. Brian Juarez had beaten the defenders and couldn't bring it in.
The throw was pretty good, and Juarez is very upset, and he should be. I don't know what happened here. I would say he lost it in the lights, but the lights aren't really bright enough to lose it in. This should be a touchdown. Oh, he just pulled his hands in. Wow. Just mistiming on the receiver's part. It was a good throw by Medina on the run.
Been that kind of night for the offense of Venice, and thus it brings up a 4th and long, and they're going to have to give it away again. And Juarez will have better times later in the year, one would think. He's a very good football player. Johnson will run it down and reverses field. Let's see what Oliver can do. He cuts back to the middle. A flag is down, but Oliver Johnson is showcasing his skills. Down to the 40-yard line of Venice. Even if this one is called back. A sensational effort by Oliver Johnson. Didn't have a lot of operating room either.
No,
it reverses field.
Cutting back a couple times. Please, sir, may I have some more? And Oliver keeps going.
Looked like DJ Morgan. But this one will come back. Hold on the return. But what an effort by Oliver Johnson. Getting some congratulatory handshakes on that sideline. A couple high fives. You know what's so amazing about this game, Dave, is you think of Venice stretching the field and throwing on every down. We just saw that long one, the near miss to Juarez, but there's only been a handful of times they put it up in the air. It's really been a ground assault. So Taft on that hole downfield is going to have it brought all the way back to their 20-yard line. Nicholas Stevens back in at quarterback. And right up the middle, and a nice effort from Shaquille Shelton, 10th grade running back. Boy, Taft just churns out good running backs.
Are we watching Taft or are we watching USC? How many running backs do they have on this roster? Shelton making the best of his opportunity to get in there. Burst of speed right up the middle.
5'7" at 160 pounds in his 10th grade season. Well, Taft, great track and field program here, and they always have speed and athletes, and we're seeing speed and athletes again in this one. Here comes Shaquille Shelton, slicing for 5. Well, DJ Morgan getting a breather, and Shaquille Shelton takes over.
Well, a great experience to get a 10th grader into the game, give him a feel of varsity action.
And he's ready, Dave, with the tackle. Boy, Matt Kerstetter in a very comfortable spot with 5:20 to play. He's got a 3-touchdown lead. The ball,
I'd like to be able to get some
good field position. And this is when coaching and playing on Taft's sideline is a lot of fun.
Well, he's in the best position a coach can be in. He's looking at the depth chart to figure out who he can get in the game, and that's always a great spot to be.
Stevens dropped that snap. Ball's on it. He smartly covered it. See how he curled around the ball? That's what you have to do. Don't try to be a hero. Just make sure you don't lose. And a coach will appreciate that. It's one thing, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to drop the ball. But if you cover it up like that and do the smart thing, your coach will appreciate your work. 3rd down and 5. 4.5 minutes left. Taft pitching a shutout over Venice tonight on LA 36. Flag is down for Jones on the deep post, and he just missed him. There are markers down, but that's an indication of what we'll see later in the year with Timon Jones. Again, he's the guy that's only been on campus for 3 weeks.
Jones had a step, and had the throw been on target, he would have been gone. A lot of movement on the line. See how they call this one. You see Matt Kerstetter really taking the opportunity to engage with the officials. He's also been doing a lot of instructing on the sidelines. You can see when his quarterback comes over, he's giving him pointers, giving him tips. When he fell on the ball, he congratulated him for the good decision. He's very supportive of his players.
Procedure call is refused by the Gondoliers. Want to turn the down marker over to 4th, and Taft will be punting. Well, Venice will have another opportunity. Really the only suspense left. Will the Gondoliers score? Taft has this one pretty much under wraps. Can't recall the last time Venice was 0-2 to start a season, Dave. You have to go back a number of years. Devin Bailey's done a nice job punting. Taft, a very solid game. I guess the only area we could say they need to clean up is just what occurred, another penalty. Too much time. They've done that a lot tonight, too many flags. But other than that, from a physical standpoint and an athletic standpoint, Taft has showed us the full package.
For a season opener, I think it's been a very good effort for Taft.
Yeah, I think you're going to have some concentration errors at this point. Morales watches now want to roll out of bounds. Well, let's see which quarterback comes out for Venice. Will it be Chris Clark? Will it be Alfonso Medina? Clark wears 2. Medina wears number 12.
Well, one thing we certainly hope is that McConico is okay. He got shaken up here in the second half, went out, and a lot of Venice's firepower went out with him. He was outstanding in the first half. He was really a bright spot for the Gondoliers.
Really is. He's a great player. It is Medina, the throwing to the 2 quarterbacks. Clark noted for his running. Alfonso Medina with the better arm. Again, he has 4 receivers on the flanks. Section breaks down, and once again he's tackled for a loss, and it's that brilliant 10th grader Christian Hayes. Didn't play in the first half, but boy, he's putting on an effort in the second half. He was held out of the first half, broke a team rule, so he was held out, but he has brought it. As he said, he was bringing the lumber, bringing in the wood in the second half. Christian Hayes, number 10, is a football player. How frustrating it must be for the Gondoliers. Handoff, and in the backfield, Aaron Jones is thrown down. There's just no running room. No matter who Angelo brings. What Aaron Jones could do with that situation. Watch how the red shirts filtered through.
There's absolutely no gaps there at all.
You know, you'll hear people allude to a team being physically dominated. Taft has physically dominated this game. Third down and very long, and they're not even going to put it up. Jones carried, second time he tucked it under in this series. And once again, Christian Hayes, number 10, on the scene. Boy, this Hayes runs to the football.
Well, he was held out of the first half of his first game on the varsity, and hopefully that'll teach the young man a lesson. It's tough for a coach to do that in the opener, but you got to do it sometimes.
Well, Hayes got the message because he's really played it up in the second half. Well, Morales to punt. We've said that how many times tonight? Too many for Venice.
That's the one you get. Get away!
Punt finally settles at the 34-yard line. That one handcuffed Oliver a little bit, didn't it?
You hear the Taft coaching staff screaming, "Get away!" They did not want that ball hitting one of the blockers.
I'm thrilled that we have high school football back. It's just so much fun. This one, not quite like last week when we had just an absolute classic. But still in all, a pretty good football effort by Taft, and they showcase a team that I would say would be in the mix for the Coliseum. And again, the championship this year in mid-December on a Saturday. A lot of teams, all those Marine League schools, Carson, Narbonne, Banning, San Pedro, Dorsey and Crenshaw. I still like Birmingham to come back.
Don't count out a team we saw last week, Garfield. Garfield really stepping up in class.
Yeah, they're moving up to the city section. They were the invitational champions last year. They're going to play at the higher level this year. Oh, only thing for Taft to do now is run out the clock. And Shaquille Shelton has no running room. Well, one of the things that's interesting about this year, Dave, is the fact that there is so much balance. I know the Marine League has the strongest league. You know, it's evidenced by the top 3 teams currently in the poll. But there's no clear-cut favorite. Narbonne's got a lot of great athletes. I like Jordan's team. There again is the early poll. Last week, Birmingham was ranked number 1, and then Garfield beat them, and that's why they've exchanged positions. But really, there's no clear-cut favorite. Venice is going to fall further down. As you can see, coming in, they were 15th, and they're going to fall off out of the top 20 or 25, one would think. If there's a bright spot for Venice, it's defensively. You know, they stood in there again today. They did the same against San Fernando and have played tough.
Well, they've been on the field an awfully long time. Taft really kept them on their heels the entire first half, and here in the second half, controlled the ball throughout.
Good play there by Gunnar Wilson, who has a great name for the game. He should be on the punting unit and the kickoff team. He truly is a gunner. Down to 30 seconds left. Speaking of Gunner, that reminds me of Jordan Farmar. Had such a great career in basketball here. Now with the Lakers, I think they tapped all the great athletes. And it was so much fun, and we thank all the people here. Mark Drucker, the athletic director, for having us on hand. It was a nice time at Taft. They brought out the welcoming committee for all our staff and our crew at LA 36. That's going to be the final play of the ball game. Taft has won it 20-0. They are 1-0 in the 2008 season. Venice surprisingly falls to 0-2. Nicholas Stevens, a happy camper, the senior. Dave, your thoughts on this win for Taft High School?
Very impressive win for Taft. How impressive, we'll have to wait and see. But they played an outstanding game on both sides of the football.
And DJ Morgan, everything advertised and maybe a little bit more. 2 electrifying touchdown runs.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the first touchdown of the game. This was Bam bamming into the end zone, and Emmer would be happy.
Well, Bam Goodall got one early, and then the next 2 touchdowns were DJ Morgan scores. And this one was the brightest of them all.
This is an incredible play. Breaks 2 tackles that should have brought him down, 4 cutbacks. Look at him read the field, keep his legs churning. Great run.
Vision. You talk about back with great vision, elusiveness, quick feet. Showed all that on that play. And the last one was a 26-yard touchdown run. And for good measure, let's give it to you. Watch DJ do it one more time.
See him keeping his knees up high as he goes through the line. Just to look back as he crosses the goal line.
DJ Morgan, our star of the game, and tonight's game has been brought to you by Farmers Insurance, 80 years serving America, a symbol of superior service, and by Movement Skate Shop on Platte Avenue. Knox. Touchdown. Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakis. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4-by volunteers or historians. We also have kids for internships, externships, or just to build up your resume. So we have a variety of people that come through the museum, from little kids to grandparents bringing their grandkids to show them the equipment they used from World War II to present day. The way the museum got started, my dad, was in the military in World War II. He was a quartermaster corps. After World War II, my dad took over all the Army PXs in the United States. And people would do is bring in their old World War II souvenirs or their old uniforms when they're going to the new uniforms, and my dad collected all this stuff. And then after a small bit of time, a lot of my dad's friends wanted to get him to start a military museum because there was nothing here on the West Coast. So in 1963, we became a 501(c) nonprofit, and we have one of the largest collections of military vehicles on the West Coast. It's located on Rosemead Boulevard between the 10 and 60 freeways. Our actual address is 1918 North Rosemead Boulevard. Our facility is open to the general public every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 10 to 4:30.
Touchdown! Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakis. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4-by volunteers or historians. We also have kids for internships, externships, or just to build up your resume. So we have a variety of people that come through the museum, from little kids to grandparents bringing their grandkids to show them the equipment they used from World War II to present day. The way the museum got started, my dad, was in the military in World War II. He was a quartermaster corps. After World War II, my dad took over all the Army PXs in the United States. And people would do is bring in their old World War II souvenirs or their old uniforms when they're going to the new uniforms, and my dad collected all this stuff. And then after a small bit of time, a lot of my dad's friends wanted to get him to start a military museum because there was nothing here on the West Coast. So in 1963, we became a 501(c) nonprofit, and we have one of the largest collections of military vehicles on the West Coast. Our museum is located on Rosemead Boulevard between the 10 and 60 freeways. Our actual address is 1918 North Rosemead Boulevard. Our facility is open to the general public every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 10 to 4:30.
Knox. Touchdown. Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakas. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4x volunteers or historians. We also have kids for internships, externships, or just to build up your resume. So we have a variety of people that come through the museum, from little kids to grandparents bringing their grandkids to show them the equipment they used from World War II to present day. The way the museum got started, my dad, was in the military in World War II. He was a quartermaster corps. After World War II, my dad took over all the Army PXs in the United States. And people would do is bring in their old World War II souvenirs or their old uniforms when they're going to the new uniforms, and my dad collected all this stuff. And then after a small bit of time, a lot of my dad's friends wanted to get him to start a military museum because there was nothing here on the West Coast. So in 1963, we became a 501(c) nonprofit, and we have one of the largest collections of military vehicles on the West Coast. Our museum is located on Rosemead Boulevard between the 10 and 60 freeways. Our actual address is 1918 North Rosemead Boulevard. Our facility is open to the general public every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 10 to 4:30.
Knox. Touchdown. Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakis. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4x volunteers.
Knox. Touchdown. Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakis. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4x volunteers or historians. We also have kids for internships, externships, or just to build up your resume. So we have a variety of people that come through the museum, from little kids to grandparents bringing their grandkids to show them the equipment they used from World War II to present day. The way the museum got started, my dad, was in the military in World War II. He was a quartermaster corps. After World War II, my dad took over all the Army PXs in the United States. And people would do is bring in their old World War II souvenirs or their old uniforms when they're going to the new uniforms, and my dad collected all this stuff. And then after a small bit of time, a lot of my dad's friends wanted to get him to start a military museum because there was nothing here on the West Coast. So in 1963, we became a 501(c) nonprofit, and we have one of the largest collections of military vehicles on the West Coast. Our museum is located on Rosemead Boulevard between the 10 and 60 freeways. Our actual address is 1918 North Rosemead Boulevard. Our facility is open to the general public every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 10 to 4:30.
Knox. Touchdown.
Sanchez walks in. Touchdown. We are tied at 26. It's good. Garfield wins. Down to the shortstop, Moustakis. Here's the throw to first. Chatsworth is the champion. The city and national title is theirs, and so is the dog pile.
Thank you very much for coming to the Military Museum. Our museum has been established since 1948 as a nonprofit organization. These museums started with just a few uniforms and a little Jeep, and now we're one of the largest military museums on the West Coast. We have over 170 items on display at our museum. We have a variety of people helping us. We have volunteers that like the military, or they're 4x volunteers or historians. We also have kids for internships, externships.
in their careers, stepping up big, with big plays on the line.
So the Buffs take over, and already more than 6 minutes gone in this third quarter. This is Stewart, and good interior play by Scooter Berry. He's got quickness at 285. Played in this defense as a true freshman. Comes out of New York State. So we'll see what Mark Helfrich does here. How bold will he be? How conservative will he be?
Well, he's
protecting the lead.
14-7, and he knows West Virginia's offense is struggling. 10 points in the last couple of games.
And there's a second down run. And boy, that is all on Rod Stewart to gain a hard-earned yard, but it'll set up third and long.
Craig, aren't you impressed, considering how small he is, how tough of a runner he is inside?
And Darren Sproles, like you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, is the guy that he likes. Reminds you a lot of him. They both were strong and hard and really played beneath their pads.
Colorado came out slinging the football. First 6 plays of the game were passes. Gone much more to the run lately, and now on 3rd and 7. Hawkins will keep an eye on the pressure. West Virginia rings just 5. Short completion, almost bobbled. It was bobbled. That might have thrown off the timing. Devaney couldn't catch it clean and didn't get the first down.
Well, you know what? That's a nice job, too. That secondary coming up. As soon as he does catch the football, Devaney gets smoked on the left side here. Take it away, fella.
She's going to run a little crossing route. But Brandon Hogan, the corner, does a nice job of playing up and playing physical. Again, not missing a lot of tackles.
So you think Fowler, he should have got up the field, huh?
I would have taken a sharp left if I was Devaney there. He kind of meandered out toward that marker, didn't get it. He's a freshman.
Yeah.
Allow to punt. Mountaineer defense doing an excellent job early in the second half for being on the field so much in the first half. Lancaster pushed back to the 20. Once again gets past the first couple men and gets the corner. Colorado's had coverage men near Lancaster, but he's getting by him. 53 yards of the punt, 11 on the return.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
we're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
for everyone.
Just announced, the employee discount for everyone is now extended on Pontiac G6 with better combined fuel efficiency than Honda Accord. And right now, you can get a G6 sedan starting at just $16,720. Offer ends September 30th.
It's time for everyone to wake up and seize power. The power of over 7,000 movements a minute. The power to clean tooth by tooth and reduce up to twice as much plaque as a regular manual brush. The power to demand a dentist-like smooth, clean feeling every day. Power to the people. Oral-B.
We've come all the way out here, and you'll never believe what we've found. The internet. Seems it can't hide here either. Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card. You're connected at up to 3G speeds. Email business proposals and place orders online, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I've just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
Plastics, medicines, and innovations that make life modern come from one place. American Chemistry. AmericanChemistry.com. Essential.
47. I'm comfortable in jeans that are tough. I'm comfortable in jeans that last. I'm comfortable in Wrangler. Real comfortable.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built tough with long-lasting heavyweight denim. Built comfortable with relaxed fit. Satisfaction guaranteed. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. ESPN's College Football Primetime. Brought to you by Aflac, ask about it at work. And Nissan, passionate about performance and proud sponsor of the Heisman Trophy.
Nice night here in Boulder, Colorado. Buffalo's up 14-7. Blackout night. The Mountaineers with 6 first downs in the ballgame so far take over on their 32. Devine again uses the wheels to get to corner. Keep wondering, guys, when they're going to take a shot downfield with the passing game. Haven't done it once.
Well, first down, go ahead. You know, you still have to be patient. You can't force something.
Will you see it in this drive, you think?
Well, you hope so. I'll say this. I like what they're doing running the football. This is getting very one-dimensional. This is almost Navy-like in terms of one-dimensional football. I mean, we haven't seen anything.
Isn't that like an insult, though, to Navy?
How about Air Force? Air Force beat Houston not a single passing yard last week.
It works.
The Mountaineers have -2. It's Jock Sanders to the right. And White, Tyler Urban, the tight end, in motion. Sanders has it. Being very patient, methodical, and that's a first down. Hippolyte on the stop.
Chris, we've done West Virginia games in the past, and we've had the same kind of conversations about the passing game. They've never been this inept, but we've also seen the patience of the running game, and all of a sudden a burst, and there's an opening and a breakdown on the defense.
That's the thing about this offense, Greg. I agree with you totally. Yes, they're running the ball a lot, but there are a lot of guys that have the chance to take it all the way on any given snap.
Anytime you've got White, Sanders, and Devine in there, you can change a game bat of an eye. This is White. Fake. The first time downfield, and he delivers a completion. Just thought we might see it. Jallo has it inside the Colorado 40. Finally. 18 yards.
On the inside over here in the slot, you see him. The timing, the protection was there. They've been running. Colorado's defense not really finding the receiver.
It's a great play call because when you're running the football out of the shotgun, you can really suck up those linebackers in the play action. You saw it right there.
White, pump fake. Now he'll take off. Pat White, this is what he does. Pat White headed for the end zone. The game can change very quickly. 40-yard touchdown run.
We were just talking about this in terms of they're running the football. They can hit home runs on any given play, and this is just Pat White creating. And if he does anything well in the run game, Craig, he knows how to get north.
It was Anthony Perkins trying to make the stop in the secondary. This is not a Buff defense known for speed.
Not Pat White speed.
McAfee ties the game. So, inside of 5 minutes to play, and the Mountaineers in the mountains climb back to 14-all.
A work of art, a finely tuned machine, a sanctuary, a command center, a sophisticated sedan, a sports car. Together. Introducing the all-new Nissan Maxima, the four-door sports car. Lease a new 2009 Nissan Maxima for $339 a month for 39 months.
So you're an actress. I would vote for you for Best Supporting Dress.
One superstar.
I'm gonna have a logo.
One loser.
Don't talk to the celebrities. Sophie said you made her uncomfortable.
One goal.
I want to have sex with Sophie Mays.
Are you insane?
On October 3rd.
This is New York, Sydney. Women only date men who are successful.
I'm gonna be successful.
And tall.
Simon Pegg is getting lucky.
There's something very damaged about you.
How to lose friends and alienate people. Rated R. Only in theaters October 3rd.
This is odd. Hey, Bob, it's Greg. Either my feet are getting bigger or the competition's getting a little close. Let's discuss network security. Call me. Hope you're well.
Hey, Greg. I'm here with your network and security specialist.
Greg, there are security updates for all your offices and some new features you'll like.
Perfect. Thanks, you guys.
With experienced technology specialists certified in everything from storage to security, CDW is there.
So you understand your feet aren't growing.
That's pretty good.
You're watching ESPN's College Football Primetime, presented by Applebee's, as West Virginia faces Colorado from Folsom Field in Boulder. We'll be back with more right after these messages.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Maxima. It has an award-winning 290 horsepower V6 engine, an intelligent CVT transmission, and a masterfully crafted interior designed around the driver. The breathtaking Nissan Maxima, the four-door sports car. Lease a new 2009 Nissan Maxima for $339 a month for 39 months.
In Italy, you'll find Florence. In this case, Florence is a cow. And important because Italian cheesemakers wanted to make the best Parmesan and more of it. Knowing that cows fed certain feeds produce higher yields of Parmesan, Cargill developed special feeds and a supply chain so the cheesemakers get just the right milk. Now Florence, the cow, delivers lots of quality Parmesan to Florence, the city. This is how Cargill works with customers.
It's a big moment in a boy's life when you can look him in the eye and you know that he's ready.
Samsung, the official HD TV of the NFL, and the amazing touch of color LCD and plasmas at Circuit City will have you ready to live the game. And get no interest till 2012 on Samsung TVs $999 and up with your Circuit City card. Plus, all Samsung TVs are on sale now. And get your game piece to enter for a chance to win a trip to Super Bowl 43 from Samsung, only at Circuit City.
Introducing the bigger, tastier chicken strips with our new Chick-fil-A sauce.
I decided to redecorate our living room. But no matter what I did, something didn't feel right. And then I figured it out. It wasn't the room.
What?
So I used the cash I got back to redecorate my husband.
With your City Cash Returns card, earn unlimited cash back and get it mailed to you automatically. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it. Because City never sleeps.
ESPN's College Football Primetime is presented by Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood. And in part by Mercedes-Benz, located on the web at nbusa.com.
Thursday Night Football on ESPN. Go Bucks!
We've got a good one here. 14 apiece, 7:59 to play. It was windy today. Now, West Virginia had a first down at the CU 38 before that penalty put him back. And now on 2nd and 25. White pressured up the middle. Escapes. Needs a block. Pat White makes something out of nothing, but here comes another flag. And looked like a sack. White showing his escapability. And we'll check the marker. Ryan Walters dropped him.
Holding offense. Number 4. 10-yard penalty for the spot of the foul. Second down.
And they got West Lions there, and Noel Devine was complaining of some pain down there.
Yeah, during this series, Chris, he actually spent some time on the bench. Trainers are looking at his left wrist, the top of it. They were kind of bending it back and forth to see how much pain he was, and he wasn't grimacing, but like I said to you during the break, kind of deja vu with Steve Slayton. No one here at West Virginia likes to see these wrist injuries again.
No, you're right. That was the problem for Slayton. Bothered him at times throughout his career. 2nd and 31. After the second major penalty in this series, Devine dragged down. Boy, penalties playing a big role for the Mountaineers tonight. Where's Herod on the stop?
Like Colorado, when they had the ball the last series, they need to be thinking about field position here. You know, it's not the first down. You got to make sure that you're smart about this. Punt the football, get out and play defense.
The Mountaineer defense has been playing very well since the first 5 so minutes of this game. What do you got on 3rd and 28, Jesse?
Not a lot. 3rd in California, not too much.
No, it's a line run for nothing. Brad Jones on the stop, and now they'll rely on McAfee to try to pin the Buffaloes back. Boy, that was a wasted opportunity. Again, the drive began at the 1 all the way to the Colorado 38, and then 2 major penalties kill it.
But you know what they did is they did rest that defense. Yeah. No question about it. West Virginia's defense will be ready for the challenge in the last minutes of the 4th quarter.
There's no excuses right now.
Hey, the Buffs, we said, ran 50 plays of offense in the first half. Only 17 plays that Mountaineer defense has been on the field in the second half.
That drive was 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
There's McAfee, low kick. Smith at the 20. Josh Smith. He's been contained tonight. Good special teams coverage by the Mountaineers. Kent Richardson on the stop. So Cody Hawkins, who dyed his hair black in honor of the fans' blackout tonight, takes over. 6 minutes even to play in the 4th quarter.
What's new in the neighborhood? All-you-can-eat riblets, all-you-can-eat shrimp, or all-you-can-eat chicken fingers. Your choice, starting at just $9.99 for a limited time only, and only at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS Top 50 pick, and the versatile Rogue, named 2008's Best New Small Crossover. Lease the 27 MPG Nissan Rogue, just $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I can talk.
Oh. The year's most surprising comedy.
Where's my eyebrow?
Has got it all.
Let me get you something to drink. Oh, what he's having? What just happened? Can we just start over?
Best Friend's Girl. In theaters tomorrow. Rated M for mature.
Hello, boys. Welcome to Holland. Stick together! They say you've got a big plan to win the war. They say you'll take the Germans by surprise. So relax and enjoy the music, because it's the last you'll ever hear.
Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway. In stores September 24th.
This is my family. This is their new HD TV.
That doesn't look like HD.
I don't think it's hooked up right.
And this is me. Yeah. Let's see what happens this time when my family goes to Best Buy.
This LG is perfect for you, and Geek Squad can set it up.
I don't know what HD is, but I don't like it.
No interest for 3 years on all LG HD TVs, $999 and up. Best Buy. You happier.
Sean Marino and number 3 Georgia face a difficult test in the desert as they battle Arizona State. Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Georgia versus Arizona State, Saturday at 8 Eastern. College football lives here.
At the University of Colorado, we're unlocking the mysteries of the human body, surveying the planet's health, exploring alternative energies, probing the frontiers of the universe. Thanks to these CU efforts and more, things are looking up. But then, that's the way we're used to seeing things. The University of Colorado.
Get the most out of your new HD TV with digital cable and HD service from Time Warner Cable, the home of free HD choices. One easy upgrade brings the brilliance of HD into your living room. See many of your favorite shows, movies, and sports in high definition at no extra cost. Plus, more free HD shows than ever before with HD Showcase on Demand, which makes the choice for HD as clear as the picture. Time Warner Cable.
Call Time Warner Cable today to experience the best in HD.
Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
Did you know that 9 out of 10 people need a new mattress? Hi, I'm Neil from the Leeds Mattress Stores, and I want to take out the confusion of buying your next new mattress. You've seen Sealy including Posturepedics advertised elsewhere at $5.99. I will show you the same mattress in my store for only $3.99. Leeds will make your financing easy, and all of our mattress sets include frame and delivery. So come see me or call Neil with the deal at the Leeds Mattress Stores. I won't be beat. Call 1-800-GO-LEEDS for a store near you.
25 stores to serve you. Leeds Mattress won't be beat.
Netflix.com to start your free trial.
It's USA versus Europe, the 2008 Ryder Cup. The Europeans have owned it for 6 years. It's now back on American soil, Valhalla. See if Phil Mickelson and the Yanks can take it back. 7 a.m. Eastern time on Friday. Coverage begins. So the Buffaloes go to work here. 6 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Just outside the 20-yard line. This is Stewart. Stewart gets by his man and takes off down the sidelines. Run out of bounds. They'll spot it way back at the 39. He got 18 yards, but the crowd here thought he was going to get 80.
I'm always trying to teach kids in football about a thing called the strike zone. And the strike zone is what happens right before contact is made. Now watch what Stewart does. He gets into the defender. He hit the defender, Jesse, before the defender hit him.
Bad tackling has been the nemesis for West Virginia in the first 2 weeks. This is not the time to break down defensively, tackling the ball carrier.
They made that missed tackle tape, showed the guys over and over again once they did wrong against East Carolina. Good penetration, and they dropped Stewart for a loss. A flag is down. Barry on the stop. It's going to be against Colorado.
Illegal motion, offense. Number 4, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Both these offenses now in these last 2 drives really hurting themselves with a chance to win the game. When a game's on the line, you cannot be moving backwards.
And that's a senior co-captain, Patrick Williams, guilty of the penalty. Clock moving again, inside 5.5. First and 15 now.
Pass coming here. What do you think?
Yeah, open it up. Yep.
Mountaineers showing some pressure looks to Hawkins. 5 on the play clock. And he's going to have to hurry. 2, 1. Now they call timeout. He saw the play clock and just in the nick of time called the timeout.
Colorado was going to change their protection. You saw both running backs shift over to the right. That was going to be a max protection and maybe a shot down the football field, taking advantage of a cover 0 look by the defense. There was going to be nobody deep on that defense.
Greg, what do you have for us in our little regular feature, the pony perspective?
Well, you know, when you talked about it earlier a little bit with the AP poll and the SEC and the strength of it, I mean, you start looking around the country, you try to figure out what's going on. But the pony perspective is about the SEC this week.
Right.
How can you argue against the strength of the SEC? In my opinion, the tenacity that they possess earns them the right. Tim Tebow sets the example for the whole conference. He's a warrior out there.
Now, is it bad offense or great defense in that conference? It's kind of a debate down there. The offenses are struggling a bit.
I think we talk a lot about the skilled players and the Tim Tebows, the Noshawn Marinos, but in my opinion, the defense is far superior to any other conference in college football.
And look at the hit here the Pac-10 has taken. You know, when you look at that down there on the bottom, only 2 teams down there. Up until last week, and we thought they might have something going.
It's because you go 0 for 5 against the Mountain West Conference on the year. That doesn't help.
That was a delayed handoff. Stewart, with his speed, able to pick up about 8. The timing wasn't perfect on the play, but speed makes up for it.
Yeah, but at some point, one of these 2 teams is going to have to connect. West Virginia missed on the lateral pass down the field. Now, Colorado's got to come up with something to get on the field.
I think it's just a matter of taking advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves, and that means not shooting yourself in the foot, dumb penalties, moving backwards. When you have guys open downfield and a shot play gets dialed up, capitalize on it.
They keep it on the ground. This is Scott. Nothing. He gets about a yard. They don't throw the ball on 2nd and 7, and will set up a 3rd down play. Andrews on the stop.
But I think we all three have, I believe that there's a confidence level in Cody Hawkins to throw the football against this West Virginia defense.
I think so, and now they've been running the ball these last 2 plays. At least now they've put themselves in a position to capitalize on this 3rd and 5 play. This is right in Cody Hawkins' wheelhouse.
It's somewhere in the backfield. Hawkins, as they move the pocket, fires over the middle. Complete, 1st down. Boy, that was Cody Crawford in traffic, and Cody Hawkins squeezed it in there.
Colorado had failed on their 3rd down conversion the last 6 plays. You give the kid time to throw the football. He uses his feet, and he gets around and makes the play.
This is just making a play. That's sandlot football. The play breaks down. Cody Hawkins throws back across his body. Cody Crawford just finds the hole in the zone. Huge, huge 3rd down conversion.
Now whistle here. Colorado with the 48 of West Virginia.
Please reset the game clock to 3:36.
So approaching 3.5 minutes. He'd love to chew up some clock and perhaps set up an attempt for Eric Goodman, a sophomore kicker.
That magic yard line right now for this Colorado offense is the 30 or just inside it. They're about 18 yards away from it right now.
Hand it off on the receiver screen. Not much there for Crawford. He's not usually the guy you'd expect to see carry the ball. That's a kind of a Josh Smith play.
Well, and you know what? That's against tendencies. I always applaud a coach for making a call against his own tendency. Jet sweep, use another guy.
That's why that's a tendency. He's not the guy.
You know what? The play had a chance. If he'd not stumbled, he would have had a chance. That could have been an 8-yard game.
And you know, that's why it turns into one of those, you won't do it again with that kid for 4 more games. But
had he not stumbled, yeah.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Back to the I formation and back to Stewart. And good push up the middle by the Mountaineers. Mark Helford's trying to play it close to the vest here, but it sets up a 3rd and long. Reed Williams, Scooter Berry would not be moved out of the middle. Goodman trying to hang loose, huh? He's not at range yet. I don't know, do you want to see your kicker that relaxed over there?
I don't mind if it's genuine, but that looks a little forced.
On 3rd and 8, they rush 3, drop 9, and Hawkins overthrows. Patrick Williams was the receiver there. And that's a different look from West Virginia. Didn't come after the passer, but a good stop. And now a punt coming up. I don't know, running the ball and setting up that potential 3rd and long. And your offense has struggled so much lately on 3rd down. They didn't convert the 1 in this drive to get some field position. DeLallo boots it up there. This one bounces again. Oh, not quite. It was McKay who downed it earlier at the 1-yard line, unable to get that one. So Pat White, 2:09 to work with in a tie game.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to take a look.
Left.
Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the second
left.
But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
Bear right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
Mike?
You know, scientific tests have proven that when you drink Dr. Pepper slowly, the 23 flavors taste even better. Hey, I get it, because half my life's been in slow motion. Watch this.
Okay, folks, here we go. Tie ball game. Inbounds to the doctor. He puts up a 30-footer.
Slower is better. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
That was fitted, Dr. J, right there.
Touchstone Pictures presents Miracle at St. Anna. In 1983, Hector Negron killed a man. In his home, they found a priceless artifact.
What's it doing buried in the bottom of your closet?
It was a clue to a mystery that began in World War II. Miracle at St. Anna is one of the best films of 2008. Director Spike Lee delivers a classic of epic size and scope.
No, I'm the only one who knows.
Miracle at St. Anna. Rated R. In theaters September 26th.
With GameFly, you can get 6,000 of the hottest new and classic games delivered right to your door. Gamefly.com. Over 6,000 titles. No late fees. Start now for $8.95. Games delivered. Product shown rated E through M.
The phone company has an important message for its customers. Don't listen to Vonage.
Well, over 2 million people have already joined Vonage.
Oh, really?
With Vonage, you get award-winning service quality with unlimited local and long-distance calls for just $24.99 a month.
Unlimited for just $24.99?
Are you having trouble keeping track of what your phone company is charging? With Vonage, your rate starts low and stays low.
Sign up now with Vonage and get 1 month free.
Call 1-877-4VONAGE or go online today.
Quiet by nature, White called out his teammates. He's been vocal this week, as Aaron said. He's brought his team back from a 2-touchdown deficit, now 80 yards away from the end zone with 2:09 to play. We'll see if Pat White can make the kind of plays to kind of back up that vocal leadership.
And here's the question. Is this West Virginia offense built to succeed in 2-minute situations? They don't throw the football downfield a lot, but
they have the legs that run as fast as the ball flies through the air. 4 plays, 68 yards on the last touchdown with a big Pat White run.
Devine got 3 on first down. Gets it again. Noel Devine accelerates, hammered at the 30, but it's a first down. Sean Moeller on the stop. A lot on the line for this drive of West Virginia. This doesn't affect their main goal, Big East Championship, BCS Bowl, but to remain kind of relevant as an 11-win, 12-win program, that elite echelon. They needed a bounce back from that loss to ECU. White thought about going downfield. The outlet is Devine, and he picks up about 5.
If you're Noel Devine right there, you need to get out of bounds. Stop the game clock.
And Pat White did the right deal.
Yeah.
Check down, throw it to Devine, get out of bounds.
Oh.
2 timeouts for the Mountaineers inside of 1:15. Keep it on the ground with Devine. Running through arm tackles. Showing the strength to go with the speed. This is a tired-looking Colorado defense at the moment.
It is. You know, it's interesting. We talked about how West Virginia right now does not have that big physical running back, but Noel Devine is a lot more complete a back than you think. Don't let the size fool you.
And it's a setup game we've got going on here now. You've got to stay disciplined at Colorado because Pat White is reading the backside to pull it and go the distance.
Inside of a minute, White flips it to Devine. It's all Noel Devine now. They trip him up at the 49, and now West Virginia.
Call a
I thought they were going to take a timeout.
Timeout going. Stop this clock.
Bill Stewart's going to let it run. They need about 20 more yards to give Pat McAfee a shot. He's got a good leg. This is a low throw. It's caught. Arnett finally makes a catch, his first of the night. It's into Colorado territory. He does get out.
Chris, I don't know about that clock management right there. I mean, you waste over 10 seconds of game clock to gain marginal yardage. You don't even convert to get the first down.
I totally agree. It's down to 22 seconds.
Yeah, but you know what?
What are you saving the timeouts for?
You know what? If he does convert, though, he's got a chance with 2 timeouts in his pocket to go to the middle of the field. That's what he's thinking.
Well, they need a yard here. Devine. He stops short. He doesn't get the first down. And Stewart looks incredulous as the clock continues to run.
No.
Wow.
Play for overtime at that point.
Wow.
I don't know about the clock management.
Now he notices and calls timeout with 4 seconds.
Jeez.
The Coen Brothers spy comedy, Burn After Reading, is the #1 movie in America.
This is like raw intelligence.
It's hilarious.
Give me the CD, the money.
George Clooney and Brad Pitt get big laughs.
That's cool.
Burn After Reading. Rated R. Now playing.
Kenny Mayne on 8. Mike Morris swinging a big stick. Holy tornado. Hey, Longzilla, you might want to yell 4. What are they feeding you anyway?
The new freak from Top Flight, freakishly long.
Power tools have evolved. The lithium Ryobi One Plus tools work at full power, twice as long, with a battery that fits all your other One Plus tools. Ryobi One Plus. Pro features, affordable prices. You'll find them only at the Home Depot.
Getting to retirement is one thing. But what happens once you're there? That's where the principal can help. Not only are we one of the nation's 401k leaders, we also have many planning tools and options to help manage a healthy income during retirement. Because why come this far just to miss all the fun? The Principal Financial Group. We'll give you an edge.
The Coen Brothers spy comedy, Burn After Reading, is the #1 movie in America.
This is like raw intelligence.
It's hilarious.
Give me the CD, the money.
George Clooney and Brad Pitt get big laughs.
That's cool.
Burn After Reading. Rated R. Now playing.
You were the stadium, but for the men who played within your walls, you were home. You gave us memories for generations. Now we simply say goodbye.
You know that place where a little bundle of joy meets, it's not just about me anymore. I'm there.
When life changes, State Farm is there to help you plan ahead and protect what matters most. Talk to an agent today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the much-anticipated matchup between the Eagles and the Bulldogs. Hold on. I'm not quite sure what we're seeing right now, but cows are parachuting onto the field. I cannot believe what I'm watching. 2 cows landing on the field. There's a third headed into the stands. It's actually headed right towards a burger. Look out! Oh, my. That's going on the highlight reel.
Maurice, thank you. So 4 seconds to play here after some bizarro clock management on the part of the Mountaineers.
Yeah, Pat White, I really believe Pat should have called timeout. Take it upon himself. He's got a couple out there, knows the situation.
Now Colorado will spend a timeout. White, even if he gets the first down, they won't have any time.
This is Hail Mary situation right now.
I don't understand. Explain to me. The offensive geniuses over.
They were in the 20-second mode. Actually, they were at about 32 when we first started contemplating a timeout, or at least some way of stopping the clock. You know what? This is where it's a new coach, all right? And he's talked about the rookie stuff and all of that, but the coordination of a new staff coming in always has its little intricacies that don't come together when you need them to come together. And I put it on Pat White. I think Pat should have called time.
Well, it's just the communication issues there. You saw Coach Stewart on the sideline, not really sure if he wanted to or not. Pat White's looking at him on the sidelines, waiting to get the ball.
You knew, though, if you were a quarterback out there, Jesse.
You know, if you're a senior and you've been delegated that authority, my big question is why a timeout was not called when there was 30-something seconds left. Yeah. They had 2. They were at midfield. that just was bad clock management.
McAfee has a good leg.
Yeah.
I mean, in warm-up, our spotter Mike Black, who was a college kicker at Boise State, was watching him boom him from 60 yards in either direction. He's working into the wind here, and I think they feel it's just too far from about 65 yards. So here we go. 4th and 2, 4 seconds. White, this will be the last play. Heaves it up into the wind, and it'll be batted down. Overtime coming up in Boulder.
What's new in the neighborhood? All-you-can-eat riblets, all-you-can-eat shrimp, or all-you-can-eat chicken fingers. Your choice, starting at just $9.99 for a limited time only, and only at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
He's a player. I work for Sharps Magazine.
This is a library card.
He's a looker. Once I get my hooks into a girl, she never gets free.
Like ringworm.
He's a lover. Can you please find out if she got my present?
Were they dead when you sent them?
How to lose friends and alienate people. Can I help you? Just a couple of straws, please. Rated R.
We're here to demonstrate why Gillette Fusion is better than Mach 3. Okay, 5 chairs.
5 Fusion blades.
They're spaced closer together to reduce pressure with more comfort.
Mach 3 only has 3 blades.
See? Not nearly as comfortable. Back to 5, meathead.
No, I need them.
For what?
Switch to Gillette's most comfortable shave. Fusion Power. Gillette, the best a man can get.
I've been covering this competition for years, but nothing compares to what's happening now. I'm Al Winninger, play-by-play announcer for the Wagner Speed Painting Tour. The big story, the Wagner Paint Crew Plus is revolutionizing painting. Speed and a superior finish. The 25-foot hose, metal spray gun, and roller attachment let you paint like the pros at a fraction of the cost.
Al, that's red.
Best color guy in the business, folks.
Professional results and all-star savings. Wagner, paint fast, paint smart.
Okay, you're supposed to be my friend.
Sean Marino and number 3 Georgia face a difficult test in the desert as they battle Arizona State. Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Georgia versus Arizona State, Saturday at 8 Eastern. College football lives here.
All right, gentlemen, same in the first half. Heads on this side, tails on this side. Call is loud enough so your umpire can hear you. Heads is the call. Gentlemen, that's a tails. It's your choice.
West Virginia, if they're smart, will not want to head into the student section. Yeah, that's the wise choice for the visiting team now to get away from the student section. Colorado will be on defense first.
This is a great setup to watch both these teams now play in the red zone. West Virginia A on offense, being able to run the option, all the different things they can use. How about Cody Hawkins, though, and how efficient he is in the red zone? This is an interesting matchup now for both these teams.
I like the fact that West Virginia is nearly 300 yards rushing. And so you get in there and you can rush the ball, move the ball down there. It's going to create a lot of opportunities. Colorado's defense is going to have to stay disciplined here.
I hope for a good one in Tempe. Southwest Airlines presents Saturday Night Football. Sean Moreno and the Georgia Bulldogs travel to Tempe to take on Rudy Carpenter and the Sun Devils. It's on ABC in primetime, presented by Southwest.
And you know, when I say stay disciplined, because most of the last several quarterback reads have been a handoff to Noel Devine, which means Pat White at some point is going to pull it. You know he's looking to do it.
It's so tough to do. This defense now has played an entire football game. You got to go into overtime, but you got to stay mentally sharp and play assignment football.
It's Devine in the backfield. Pat White keeps it. Sidesteps a tackler. Staying with it there was Smart. Expect to see a pretty heavy dose of number 5 here.
I'm not expecting to see a touchdown. We haven't seen much of that tonight, so. Play for 3? I mean, this.
No, come on.
I know you. I know. I'm not kidding, but I mean, somebody's got to break free here.
I guarantee you that Pat White's thinking end zone.
Big zone defense here from Colorado.
Devine tucks it inside, hit hard there. That was Brad Jones who met him at the 18. This is an offense that I remember coming into the season talked about throwing the football a lot more. Jeff Mullen, the new offensive coordinator, a lot of the Wake Forest offense mixed in with what Rodriguez ran, but the passing game taking a deep backseat, way backseat tonight.
Well, and the idea was really to try to take hits off of Pat White. He carried the football 197 times a year ago. He got banged up in both of their losses. But right now, the way you're running the football, now you're in the red zone, it's OT. I don't know if I'd change.
He's carried the ball 18 times tonight and found the end zone twice. Play clock at 2. They just get it off. There's some confusion. White still able to get the first down. Well, he had to snap that at 1 in the play clock. I'm not sure that he and Devine were on the same page.
Noel was definitely on the wrong side because you had a designed quarterback run. From the left side, you had a pull from a lineman coming around. So there's no question the guard's coming this direction. Your left tackle's coming around. So the quarterback was designed to run that ball.
Devine didn't really do much to play out that fake. So it's a first down. Devine, nothing.
If I were Ron Collins, the defensive coordinator for Colorado, I'd be pulling my hair out right now because you just want to get pressure somehow in the backfield and get out of these 4-man rushes and these big zones. The problem is, with all the assignments you have to keep contained on, it's just so hard to do that. You got to be patient and just keep playing the defense you've been playing all game.
Here are the guys right there. Those guys have got to stay gassed up, chasing the football.
Devine is on the left of White. He's got it. And Noel Devine spinning down inside the 5. Big collision with Ryan Walters. They'll need about a yard on 3rd down.
I am very impressed with how Noel Devine is disciplined and stays the course, Jesse. He doesn't try to cut back. He stays the course, stretches the D.
And he gets uphill. He understands when he sees a crease, he's got to hit it. He's not a big guy. Takes a lot of shots. Just saw one right there. But you're right, Craig. Very, very disciplined young runner.
And a tough customer at 170 pounds.
Absolutely.
This is Jock Sanders in the ballgame behind the fullback Will Johnson. And a timeout. There was, again, just 2 seconds on the play clock. White wanted a little more urgency from the guys up front.
This West Virginia team now has struggled today on 3rd and short. We talked about not having Owen Schmidt. Here's yet another example where they wish they would have had.
All right, I thought something out there for you guys. Right now, you got to be thinking if you're Bill Stewart, is this a 2-down deal right here?
Yeah.
Huh? I don't know that I don't go for it. You got to score 6. I would not want to have on the road. You're this close, and you were the number 8 team in the country, and you have aspirations of getting back to the top 10. You got to convert. You got to get it done.
What's interesting too about that is what he told us about his young, inexperienced defense and not always wanting to put them in a situation to have to win the game.
Like he would. If they didn't go for it and they kicked the field goal, they'd have to win the game.
If they had their defense last year, they would be kicking a field goal guaranteed if they didn't convert this 3rd down right now.
What would you do on 3rd and short? They haven't been able to get a whole lot of push.
I wouldn't do a quarterback
sneak.
No
quarterback sneak.
Okay.
No quarterback
We agree
sneak.
on that.
Absolutely.
And you know somebody we kind of thought was going to have a lot of touches tonight? Backup quarterback Jared Brown. We thought he was going to be in at fullback, and it just never presented itself.
I think tonight West Virginia's been so good on the perimeter. I would try to stay out there right now.
With the stretch play we just talked about Noel Devine, the stretch play.
Absolutely.
No way.
That's been a bread and butter.
Now, Devine is on the sidelines. He's got a problem with his helmet. So again, Jock Sanders, the backup, behind the fullback Johnson.
Helmet.
Can't play with that one. It's just a power run to Sanders. He stopped short. Now you actually think that Stewart should go for it here? Come on, really?
You know what? Now it's tough. You don't get divine.
Of course it's tough. That's why coaches have to make tough decisions.
But I mean, you know what? This defense.
No, they're going to kick a field goal.
The defense shuts them down. They've got no confidence. But
they've been stopping Colorado the last 10, 11 possessions here.
But you need the points. You have to get the points
kick
to give yourself a chance to win. You have to.
When you're 3 for 13 on third down conversions, you don't have any confidence. You send your unit out there.
And again, it was Sanders, not Divine, in the ballgame because of that helmet problem. 23 yards for McAfee. Off the upright. A senior, a solid, reliable kicker with a huge leg, bangs the chip shot off the left upright.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the snap, the hole, the laces not there, no problem. Just pulled it in there. Mike Black's telling us, our kicker up here, lazy head, pulled his head up.
Yeah, it was off the inside of the upright, but he could not knock it through. Maybe he got a little casual because it was just a 23-yarder.
Momentum off the charts now for Colorado. Now what do you do offensively for Colorado now? Running the ball and just keeping it inside the hash?
You think?
And again, it makes it that much bigger what happened at the end of regulation when the Mountaineers were in position. This is Stewart, the freshman, stutter steps for about 8. You keep giving it to 43 until they stop him, I think.
That's a pretty good one, too.
I never coached, but...
Yeah, now you got a little bit of run, that same type of run going the right side.
Well, this is a big, big ask for this Mountaineer defense that was baffled early in this game, give up the 2 quick touchdowns then. Tremendous job since then.
Darrell Scott now in the game. He's the big bruiser inside, lining up in the I formation.
This is a tight I formation. Scott hammers ahead. It'll be right about the 15-yard line. Knows that the ball just has to reach the 15.
This was always a place where I hated as a ball carrier to carry the thing, because you know the defense is stripping. If they're smart over there, those defensive guys are trying to pull the ball because they've got to turn the thing over.
It is a first down. And again, you would expect to see the true freshman on a power run. Scott dances through the hole, just protects the football and leans for about 2. Eric Goodman is the kicker for Colorado. He went to Wyoming, was the kicker as a true freshman in 2006, transferred here and sat out 2007. He was a guy looking almost cocky earlier on the sidelines, and he's still got that same demeanor.
Yeah, and Aaron just told us that the wind's really died down. Is not as much an issue as it used to be.
This is Stewart, and Stewart darts down inside the 8-yard line. There was a touchdown-saving tackle made.
Kick it.
Absolutely. Right now.
Kick it now.
Yep.
The linemen don't think that's a good idea, but if you mishandle it, you can always grab the snap, fall down, and try it again.
That's right. Great job by Dan Hawkins.
Hawkins called this an elevator game, meaning you can only go up from here. Buffaloes a chip shot away from being 3-0. The veteran kicker misses his chance to win it in overtime, or at least give his team the lead, and it cost West Virginia. Colorado scores early, watches Pat White tie the game, wins it in overtime.
Can you believe it? Game time. Home run.
This is
is SportsCenter.
A heartbreaker in Chicago. The team that needs to win doesn't. In Tampa, a Rays rookie puts on a show, but a ninth-inning rally brought down the house. While Adrian Peterson could be sidelined for the Vikes on Sunday, and the one player under the most pressure to perform. Plus, Brett Favre on his new team with the early success of the one he left in Green Bay.
When they have 16 good ones, they can call me.
And a top 25 school forced to OT as the college football weekend kicks off. Will Beanie Wells be a spectator again?